So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I kindly ask you to have a seat and fasten your seat belts because we are ready to start with our schedule. And to be honest with you, we are on a tight schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So we would like to start our conference in about a few minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you. Értem. Jó. Maradok fényben. Beletik, vagy nem most? De jó fej. Yes, we still have some available seats over here, ladies and gentlemen, at this side of the main hall. So if you would like to have a seat, which I truly hope, then you can find some available seats over here. Thank you. Yeah, one thing we didn't discuss before, who will give me the final green light, but slowly but truly we will start with our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today, and yeah, we will have some more guests on the way, so we will wait another 2.5 or 1.5, 2 minutes. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Visegrad 4 conference named and called Hydrogen, Present and Future in Mobility. It's my utmost pleasure to be your host today. My name is Zoltán Szolyo, and I have to tell you one thing just for start. To be honest, I do not understand what's going on with the hydrogen. I know it will be important. I'm coming from the world of broadcasting and the world of sport. I've spent 18 years in the Formula 1 as a pit lane reporter and as a lead commentator of the Hungarian coverage. And one thing is common, ladies and gentlemen, about hydrogen and about car racing. And it's not just that Le Mans 24-hour will introduce the hydrogen-powered car category in 2025. So they are working tirelessly day and night to create this fantastic race car machinery fueled by hydrogen on the, let's say, the oldest and most traditional car race in the world, the Le Mans 24-hour race. But there are some other common things. You know, I'm sure that maybe you love technology and you understand the technology. And in car racing, not necessarily the fastest or the lightest will win a competition. But there is one word we can sum up the whole thing, which is efficiency. So the most efficient car will win a race, no matter what time they race, what era they race, and what regulations are in place. So I think efficiency is very, very important nowadays, even if we are talking about using the hydrogen. And the other thing is that, believe or not, this year's Dakar Rally, which is the world's toughest competition in rally racing. I mean, you have to make 7,000 or 8,000 kilometers in the desert. There was actually a hydrogen-fueled and powered truck, ladies and gentlemen. So I think it's coming, and I'm sure that you all know it's coming, and we have to discuss and we have to talk about using the hydrogen on a different ways. So this conference, it's a first of a kind. So if you like, we are writing history, ladies and gentlemen, this day and today, and you are, I mean, writing history by your presence, with your participation. So hydrogen is an element that had been with us for a long time now and will be with us in the future, no question about it. As energy source in our households, offices, factories, and as energy source of mobility by which transportation and moving in space will be possible for us without any carbon emission, because decarbonization is one of the buzzwords of the 21st century. We all know how important is that. So, ladies and gentlemen, our conference is about using the hydrogen, and we will have amazing speakers today with us in presence and online. So we will have some online features and videos during our conference. And we have a live stream, ladies and gentlemen, so just one word to our viewers on the other sides of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Zola Zone. This is a fantastic automotive proving ground here at the western border of Hungary, and you watch our live stream throughout the day and the conference. So once again, welcome to our viewers of the live stream. So we will have with us distinguished speakers today, experts of this industry and political decision makers from Hungary and abroad. And I really hope that at the end of the day you will take with you home the best knowledge of this high-tech industry, which will soon become a popular industry, part of our daily life. But this, let me conclude my introduction, and I would like to give the floor for a more official welcoming words. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the Hungarian Hydrogen Technology Association, ladies and gentlemen, István Lepsényi.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I have to shout. At home, I can shout, but on a conference, perhaps I will not. So, again, good morning to everybody. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, exhibitors from Hungary and other V4 countries. Welcome also to the representatives of the press. It is a great honor to be here and addressing to this V4 conference on behalf of the Hungarian hydrogen technology in this very specific space, Zola Zone. We are delighted that we had the opportunity to organize this event, which is in one way an industrial landmark if we look around. And we are especially happy that you accepted our invitation. I mean, the representatives of the responsible ministries of V4, Mrs. Deli, Mr. Melvart, Mr. Omeda and Mr. Weiterschutz, welcome that you are here. Our world had substantially changed during the last years because of COVID, but this year, the events in February even changed our life more drastically. The unjustified aggression of Russians and the heroic fight of Ukrainians, not only a tragedy, which brought the unnecessary suffering to millions of lives in Ukraine, but it also made a fingerprint on the world food supply and other fields, and what is most important for us, also the question of energy supply. We are in the process, or we were in the process when we step by step phased out the hydrocarbons. We have the strategic plan, how we will do it until 2050, what are the targets, and suddenly found ourselves in the situation where we must implement these steps much more earlier and much more quicker as we planned earlier. We never thought about it, and I think that this is a very important event to find the solution for this quick moving forward. The hydrogen is really already a part of our daily life, and we're overwhelming a part of our life in the tomorrow. And yesterday we have an open day for students for the universities, and it was a fantastic feeling looking out around how enthusiastically they were studying, how they were acquiring the new technology, which will be definitely their life in the future, in the not far future. The Hungarian Hydrotechnological Association prepared a study about the green truck project, how we can convert the heavy trucks into hydrogen fuel cells mobility. And it's a very clear statement that it cannot be one country's own internal affair. The cost reduction of the refueling station, the location of the refueling station, the usage of the hydrogen vehicles, buses, trucks, and so on and so on, should be coordinating from the very beginning of a project, of an application, and this information should be shared between all countries. Otherwise, if we will not know who is moving on which project, what is the standpoint, and where we are heading, we will not have enough result. We undertook a very complete task when we are speaking about the development of the hydrogen technology, because it has an effect on the vehicle manufacturers, the automotive parts suppliers, the energy markets, especially in the renewable sources, the education, the research and development, and of course the government and the lawmaking as well. It already can be seen that from this very short list that we have to achieve results by working together. Results in all connected economies, unless we will have no success. So we can successful progress if we're working together in the international cooperation. This is why I want today an event with bring results, show new opportunities, and provide professional connections which will be useful for all participants, I'm absolutely sure. I wish us a successful and useful and interesting conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your opening words and notes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you, the Deputy State Secretary for Energy and Climate Policy, Ministry for Technology and Industry, to join me on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Daniela Deli.
Distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, how can I, okay. Hungary acknowledges the potential of renewable hydrogen as an important participant in the decarbonization of the whole economy, as it will be used as a carbon neutral fuel for mobility, raw material for industry, energy carrier providing energy services, and the means of storing energy for the energy sector. The National Hydrogen Strategy, adopted last year, has 5 priority objectives: low carbon and carbon-free hydrogen production, decarbonizing industrial hydrogen use, introducing hydrogen technology into the mobility sector, creating a supportive electricity and natural gas infrastructure, and exploiting the related industrial development opportunities. We have a technology neutral position on hydrogen production. All clean hydrogen production technologies will be considered. Electrolysis is seen as having the most prominent role in hydrogen production, but other solutions, such as biomass pyrolysis, as other biological solutions, are also being explored. Looking at the production side, thank you. Domestic hydrogen production is currently fossil-based. This is the so-called gray hydrogen, which is consumed exclusively in the industry, such as refineries, ammonia production, and other chemical industry. Up to 2050, gradually we would like to switch from gray to green and blue hydrogen, at the end predominantly to green hydrogen production. We are analyzing the case of blue hydrogen from a financial viability perspective with a view to high natural gas prices. Looking at the demand side, today hydrogen is used by industry, including oil refining and ammonia production. Considering the strategic timeline, carbon-free and low-carbon hydrogen will be introduced to the petrochemical and chemical industries by gradually replacing carbon-intensive gray hydrogen. But we also need to take the first steps towards introducing hydrogen to other sectors, such as steelmaking, glass, and cement industry. One of the main objectives of the strategy is to build the basis of the high-volume, decarbonized, and low-carbon hydrogen production. Until 2030, we are aiming to produce annually around 40,000 tons of green and low-carbon hydrogen. To reach this aim, we are starting to build up the electrolyzer network required to produce green hydrogen. It is important to create a mechanism enabling the producers to be able to produce competitively priced hydrogen. More than 2/3 of the produced renewable or low-carbon hydrogen will be used in the industry, contributing to its decarbonization. It is one of our priorities because this also contributes to our energy sovereignty efforts. We want to use hydrogen in hard-to-abate sectors, like steel, glass, and cement industry. Some of these industries are concentrated in the northeastern part of the country, where we would like to establish one of the 2 planned hydrogen valleys. Greening the transport sector by introducing green hydrogen is also a key objective for us. We are planning to have around 5,000 hydrogen-powered vehicles in Hungary in 2030. We focus on heavy-duty vehicles, for example, trucks, waste-collecting vehicles, and city buses. But hydrogen propulsion will also appear in the passenger car segment. The establishment of the refueling network will be critical. In order to satisfy demand, we calculate that by 2030, 20 refueling stations will be needed, and this figure may rise rapidly after 2040. By 2030, we aim to lay the foundations of the network for the hydrogen refueling stations in 2 phases, in line with the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation currently under negotiation. During phase 1, we aim to install 5 hydrogen refueling stations involving private capital. To create enough demand for hydrogen, we will in parallel launch a subvention scheme for the acquisition of buses and the production of green hydrogen to meet mobility needs. During phase 2, after 2025, an additional of at least 15 hydrogen refueling stations will be installed along the main transport corridors. We would like to use hydrogen as a link to the natural gas and the electricity system. In the electricity sector, hydrogen can be used in balancing services in order to build sector integration ability, primarily seasonal energy storage ability, by utilizing intersectoral synergy. extending our balancing capabilities is crucial to further create new renewable capacities. In the natural gas infrastructure, we want to make parts of the pipeline and storage infrastructure capable for hydrogen. Mainly in the industrial usage of hydrogen, in the coming years, there will be high demand of concentrated transport of hydrogen from the producing site to industry facilities. One option is to use already existing natural gas pipelines and retrofit them for hydrogen. During the construction of the hydrogen economy, we pay special attention to exploiting the related industrial development opportunities. That means we want to focus not only on the production and the use of hydrogen, but also on the developing and manufacturing of related technologies. Looking forward, until 2030, two focal points for hydrogen are hard-to-abate industries and mobility. With regard to mobility, our short-term interventions are: it is necessary to rely on a concept for setting up the hydrogen filling network that is in line with the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, as I mentioned already, which is expected to be adopted by the end of this year. Creating hydrogen-powered bus and possibly waste-collecting vehicle services in some cities where filling stations are located. Establishment of the basis for domestic hydrogen-powered vehicle production. With regard industrial use, to support industrial decarbonization, the industrial production of carbon-free hydrogen will be scheduled, including identification of current and potential industrial hydrogen users, the applicability of the relevant technologies under Hungarian conditions, forecasting energy and hydrogen consumption in the industries concerned, possible solutions to meet the hydrogen demand of the industries concerned, and creating a roadmap for the introduction of carbon-free hydrogen. In the short term, the main task is to create the framework, put the strategy into practice, and activate the market. This should include removing regulatory and administrative barriers, launching subvention schemes, introducing hydrogen technologies, and providing the necessary human capacity. The government is currently working on both the legislative framework and the supportive schemes. The first package of legislative proposals on hydrogen is expected in the second half of this year, and the first calls for proposals will also be launched in the autumn. We will modify the current legal environment to create legal certainty for investors and send a clear message to industry on the areas which hydrogen should be introduced. In the short term, the focus is on regulating transport use. Given that several relevant draft EU legislations are under negotiation, the legal framework may be fine-tuned once they have been adopted. An appropriate certification scheme is also needed, and the guarantee of origin institution needs to be set up for both renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. We want to promote the spread of hydrogen through various support programs aimed at the production and use of hydrogen before cost-effective competitiveness is established. Building a hydrogen economy is inconceivable without international cooperation involving all actors. Our aim is twofold. First, attracting investors in hydrogen technology to Hungary. We are keen to build cooperation in the following fields: technology transfer, setting up joint ventures for the production of electrolyzers, fuel cells, and hydrogen-powered vehicles, research and innovation, activities in the field of hydrogen production, industrial and transport uses. Second, exploring and utilizing new opportunities for clean hydrogen cooperation with countries and regions with better hydrogen production potential than at home. But above all, the most important is the human factor, motivating well-educated workforce to be part of the new hydrogen economy. In order to reach this, we support the development of basic curricula in vocational training and in higher education. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for talking about Hungary's vision, not only a vision, but a strategy on hydrogen. Thank you very much. It's so great to hear that we have great and fantastic students from universities from Hungary and from abroad. Never underestimate great ideas of young mechanics and engineers on different areas and fields. Thank you very much. I don't want to play the devil's advocate here. I hope it's not too late. I mean, we have to act. We all know, it's very clear now that as a dad of two teenagers and as a guy who just loves to spend time in the nature, and we have to act now. And we are safe if you and the players of the private sector feels some business opportunities and sees some business opportunities here. We are safe. We are okay. So now we have to create this kind of environment. Thank you very much. This is very, very interesting to hear. What's the strategy and what's the vision of Hungary on hydrogen? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you, and I kindly ask to join me on the stage, the plenipotentiary of Minister József Sikela, Ministry of Industry and Trade for Hydrogen Technologies from the Czech Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Petr Mervart.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my pleasure that I have the opportunity to talk to you here at Zala Zone, because this is, let's say, example of growth and innovation of Hungarian car industry, which really makes a lot of progress in last 20 years. We need to talk about hydrogen, because hydrogen is also highly innovative, but hydrogen is slightly changing its role. When we were putting together our hydrogen strategy 1 year ago, we were talking mostly about the reduction of CO2 and about hydrogen as a tool, how to stimulate the growth of our economy. Because we really need to turn our economy, our industry from, let's say, factories and companies who used a lot of fossil fuels to industry which will be clean. And hydrogen can play a big role in that. But as was already mentioned, hydrogen has also a new role, because with all that war in Ukraine, we are looking also for the way how to replace natural gas. And again, this is a new role for hydrogen, which can be fully utilized. But we are here in Zala Zone, in automotive industry hub of Hungary. So we need definitely start with automotive. And hydrogen is very important in our strategy, and automotive is one of top priorities. The reason for that is that if we are replacing some fossil fuels, we need to be price sensitive. And the biggest question is about the prices. And if we are replacing diesel or gasoline, we can do that, and we can be on the price parity with present fuels on the price of about 5 euros per kilogram. We are still not there, but it's much easier to reach these 5 euros per kilogram than 2 euros per kilogram, which must be reached for replacement of natural gas. But in reality, the development in hydrogen is so fast that maybe we are there. Just half an hour ago, I was talking with a guy from Slovakia who has that excellent hydrogen bus. And normally, if we are calculating that consumption of the buses, we are calculating with 10 kilograms of hydrogen per 100 kilometers. But these guys have a bus with a consumption of about 3.3 kilograms per kilogram. And with that, we are already on that parity, even with that hydrogen price for about 10 euros per kilogram. So actually, this is nice evidence that the development in hydrogen is so fast that it's very difficult to keep pace with that. Zoltán said that he is not deep in the hydrogen, but I must say that even for us who should be very deep in the hydrogen, it's not easy. So if I'm preparing my presentations, I cannot do it for longer period than 1 week, because after everything is old. Yesterday, you already heard that European Parliament approved the new ban on cars with a combustion engine, and definitely this will have a big influence on our development in hydrogen, because we need to roll out our sleeves and start to work much faster to put all that hype which are behind the hydrogen to the real reality. And in that, I believe that in hydrogen we can really learn a lot from automotive industry. Because what's amazing on automotive industry is international cooperation. Because automotive industry is able to put all these cars from very small nitty-gritty parts which are collected from all over the world. And we need to do the same in the hydrogen. Because if you have a scheme of the car on the paper, that car with a combustion engine, it's incredible complex. There are hundreds and thousands of parts which must be put together and which must work. If you have a scheme of electric car or hydrogen car, it's very easy. So it's one box, the tank with hydrogen or battery and electric engine. So it's by magnitude easier. But the problem is that these bloody hydrogen and electrical cars are very expensive still. And the guys from automotive industry really did excellent job, but they had about 100 years for that. So we need to speed up. We need to speed up to do it in up to 35. So there is a lot of work which must be done. And this is not the only one issue. The next issue is definitely about the price of hydrogen. I already talked about that. So again, it seems very easy, because our way of thinking is that if we are producing something, you have the input, some processing, and some output. And mostly we have that input which has some price, and after we will add some price by processing, and at the end we will get the price of the output. But with utilization of renewable energy, it's slightly different, because at the very beginning, we have the energy from the wind or from the sun, which seems to be cheap, free of charge, because it costs us nothing. And the people have a feeling that even if we process it, the hydrogen or electricity at the end should be also free of charge. But it's not true, because that processing, the devices which are in the middle are incredibly expensive. 80 or 90% of the price of the hydrogen is depreciation of that devices. And again, here, this is incredible amount for new research and development and for innovation, which must be done. We need to have a new materials. We need to be able to extend the life of that devices, to give them longer time for depreciation. We need to have some special materials which have longer lifespan. So there is a lot of new challenging things for startups and also for the companies which are already established. And this is not the last challenge. The price is probably the biggest one, but unfortunately not the last one. Because even if we have a technology and we are able to produce hydrogen for €1 per kilogram, we do not have enough renewable resources, at least in the Czech Republic. Czech Republic is a nice country for living, but unfortunately it's not very nice country for usage of renewable resources, because we do not have so much sun as guys in Italy or in Greece. We do not have so much wind as the people in Norway or in Denmark. So our utilization of renewable resources is very limited. We did some calculations, and if we would like to replace all coal, natural gas, and crude oil by renewable energy, we need to cover about 8% of the Czech Republic by solar panels. This is like a North Bohemia region. And I must say that these guys will not be very pleased if we move them and put their solar panels. So again, we need to solve these challenges. And we need, let's say, open international cooperation in that space, because at the end, the only one solution is import of hydrogen from the countries which have a surplus of renewable resources. But again, it sounds easy, but it's not easy, because transport of hydrogen and long distance is not, it's pretty difficult. So the easiest way is to build up some pipelines. This is a highly efficient way. But again, there is a small trap, because if you would like to use the pipelines, you need to have somebody who will fill the whole diameter of that by hydrogen, and somebody at the end who will use that hydrogen. And the problem is that you need all these three things. It means the producers, the tube, and the consumers in the very same time. And we already started some discussions. So one of the projects which was in, let's say, good shape was a discussion about so-called Central European Hydrogen Corridor, which was, let's say, refurbishing of present pipelines which are going from Ukraine through Slovakia, through Czech Republic to Germany. And we were evaluating several of these projects based on our risk analysis. We said that this is probably the best one, but unfortunately, Mr. Putin totally changed our risk analysis and totally changed the scope of that. And now we are, let's say, starting to put this, we put that project on the hold, and we are discussing some other options. But at the end, I would like to be the optimistic. I was talking about the challenges, but definitely we need to be aware of the challenges. Because, let's say, my job is to be optimistic. My job is to really push ahead the hydrogen technologies. And on one presentation, somebody came to me and said, but you are telling us that this is a problematic. But my answer was, yes, but if we are trying to reach something, we need to know what are the problems, what are the obstacles, and we really need to define them very clearly. When Americans were trying to go to the moon, nobody was going that it's enough to jump from the trampoline or to have a long ladder. They knew that there is a lot of problems, and they were in even deep troubles when they announced their mission to the moon. So it was really unimaginable. With hydrogen, it's much easier, but we have still some issues. So I hope that we'll be able to overcome them. The conferences like that are really the first step to do that. These conferences need to help us to turn the PowerPoints into the reality. And we are open for cooperation. I am looking for the cooperation. And I still believe that the hydrogen is the way how to make our world better without the emissions and without the dependency of some unfriendly regimes. So thanks a lot.
Mr. Merward, Petra, thank you very much for your kind words. I mean, you know, this is the beauty of engineering. I mean, find solutions, and I'm sure that bright and talented engineers and guys will find this kind of solutions. Thank you very much for your words. And you mentioned the automotive industry, which is very important for us Hungarians as well. Talking about vehicles, ladies and gentlemen, you have the opportunity to test two vehicles today here at the Zala Zone. First, a hydrogen-powered bus, which will run up and down throughout the whole day and conference. So feel free to jump aboard and have a taste how to drive or how to spend some time on a running hydrogen-powered bus. And you have the opportunity to test the Toyota Mirai. You have to register for this at the Toyota Mirai desk just out here, and you are very welcome to test this fantastic car. Talking about PowerPoint, I just heard recently that PowerPoint is for people without any power and without any point. Anyway, so yeah, you know, the talk is over, and now you have to act, and we have to act together. So, what's the position and the opinion of the Slovak Republic about the hydrogen area and field? I kindly ask to join me on the stage the Special Advisor to Minister Richard Sulík, Ministry of Economy from the Slovak Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jan Vajteršuc.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear hydrogen positive friends. I start with vision, how to connect our V4 countries. The vision is very simple, but we need in the beginning to start with territory, with region, with hubs. But this is a point where we can be after like this. After we interconnect our countries by pipes. You can see Slovakia. You can see it was mentioned that Slovakia is a corridor for a transmission pipe from Russia through Ukraine to Western Europe. But we have also very good chance to interconnect our countries for future distribution and transition of hydrogen, renewable hydrogen. It was mentioned that our renewable potential is limited. Like Hungary, Slovakia has a very limited potential in wind. We have some solar potential, but not such a big like you have in Hungary. Poland has more potential in wind because they have sea, windy coast. So maybe this is good for them. We have also water, hydrogen, hydropower plants. But hydropower plants, they reach their limits, so we can build a new one in Slovakia. So after we reach regional development of hydrogen, we need to spread to all countries and we need more hydrogen. And this is only way how to get enough hydrogen. We have pipes undersea. Meaning Europe have pipes undersea from East Africa, North Africa to South Europe. But we have also ports in Gdansk and south in Koper or in Krk, Croatia, that could be rebuilt to terminals, to hydrogen terminals. And then through the pipe we can pump the huge amount of hydrogen from the countries where hydrogen can be produced very cheaply. So we can reach hydrogen. My estimate is about €3 per kilograms in terminals, and we transport it to the Europe and reach hydrogen pick up from the pipe for €4. So it is very low price to really speed up the hydrogen ecosystem in V4 countries. What is important is how we use hydrogen. Slovakia has a big ammonia plant, has a big steelmaking plant, also refinery. The same in all our countries. As I know, Poland has a huge amount of ammonia plants. You have in Hungary approximately the same amount like in Slovakia. If we want to replace, according to new Repower EU plan, 75% of gray hydrogen to green hydrogen, we need huge amount of green hydrogen. It's impossible to produce it in our countries. And this target is until 2030, so it's tomorrow. So this is, I think, only one way how to get enough hydrogen for future development. I mentioned industry. Another leg is heavy duty transport. Heavy duty transport needs a big refueling station across the corridors. And there is a AFIR, alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, ongoing. And now is discussion in Brussels if AFIR will be more ambitious or, let's say, some for us not very good, but still better than nothing. More ambition means that you will have each 100 kilometer a big refueling station in 20 corridors, main corridors, mean highways, and 2 refueling station in big cities where these highways are connected. So this will be mandatory. Our plan in Slovakia is to build 25 refueling stations across Slovakia to 2030. But these, what I mentioned from AFIR, are 2 tons per day capacity, meaning a really big refueling station. but it is necessary for trucks. We want to switch from fossil fuel to green fuel in heavy-duty vehicles, and we need those grid of refueling stations across all our V4 countries. So the cooperation must be in this level, and I will be glad if we can change information between us, because I'm without advising to our minister, I'm a president of Slovak Hydrogen Association, and I would like to change information how to build and where to build such a refueling station, but not only refueling station, but all hydrogen ecosystem. Central European countries are special in meaning of all Europe. As was mentioned, we need to focus to produce hydrogen also by another ways. For example, there is kind of cheap production by pyrolysis. Maybe somebody of you heard about the process when you have a thermochemical reaction or splitting of the input material in meaning of biomass or plastic without air. So you don't have need to a big chimney, which is throwing to the air a lot of emissions. You can reach a huge amount of gas, and if you set properly the process, you can reach 40% of the gas in hydrogen. Of course, this hydrogen is not so clean like from electrolysis. You need additional devices behind to clean the hydrogen to 99.999 or 99.5, properly suitable for cars. There is another chance in our country. Hungary and Slovakia has a nuclear power plant. Of course, now is the demand to use electricity directly, but sometimes happen that the power will be available also for producing hydrogen. These sources are base load sources, meaning that capacity of electrolysis will be higher enough to return investment in short period. We need incentives to the new technologies, but the estimate of European Union is to cut capex to half in 2030. In that time, I'm sure that hydrogen technology will be competitive without any incentives. And this is our goal, to start up to pump it now with small but a little bit expensive technologies, and then reach a point when we don't need another money, another financing for the ecosystem. Our target is in Slovakia is to generate 45,000 ton hydrogen per year in 2030. We are a little bit more ambitious than in Hungary. Maybe are not so much ambitious, because if you read REPowerEU targets and we calculate to how many inhabitants living in Slovakia, we should produce more than 250 tons of hydrogen, and at the same time use this hydrogen. Target is for using, not for production. So are we ambitious enough? From this point of view, not. But those huge numbers, huge targets, needs huge investments. So we are waiting for some opportunities how we can really finance our ecosystem. We have a hydrogen strategy in Slovakia. It is 1 year old strategy, and now we are really working on action plan. Action plan has 37 measures in all ecosystem, in development, in the communication, and so on. And our targets are now, like Mr. Merva said, every week conditions are changing. So we know that next year we need to rebuild or review our plans and maybe be some more competitive. for us, it's very good to be here in Central Europe because we have this huge corridor of transmission pipe, and I know that Ukrainian partners still working on their plans, 40 gigawatts of hydrogen production in abroad. Part of this should be in Ukraine, about 15, 16. Now they have more ambitious plan, but depends how finish the situation, what's happening in Ukraine. At the end, I would say, and go to global scale, that hydrogen could solve also the migration problem. Because if countries where they have a lot of sun and wind, like African countries, Asian countries, poor countries, they can everybody they can produce cheap hydrogen and sell it, like now petrol, Dubai sell to Europe. So they will be new Dubais. I don't see Dubais, but something between poor country and Dubai country. So there is a chance to give a possibility to have a job in these countries for local peoples and stay there and be a source for Europe of hydrogen. Let's start in small territories, in hubs. As I heard, you plan 2 hydrogen valleys. The first, I think, was in Vác. Will be planned in Vác, somewhere in there, in northern part of Hungary, aiming to cement industry. You have a lot of automotive industry nearby Slovakian border on the northern part. We are the same. The question is, how is the transition of those automotive industries? If you switch to completely battery industry, you cut 2/3 of jobs, because battery car has a very few parts compared to hydrogen cars. Hydrogen cars are comparable in parts with combustion engine cars. So we can save jobs switching to hydrogen, also in the production of cars. So this is advantages of hydrogen, and there are a lot of steps to get 2030 and prepare first hubs, first region, and start to interconnect Europe and fulfill the targets. So I hope the cooperation with you, with Poland, with Hungary, with Czech Republic is the only way how to reach those targets. Nobody themselves can reach targets alone. So let's do it. Let's do hydrogen.
Thank you very much for Mr. Jan Weiterschutz. Yeah, we are in this together, ladies and gentlemen, so we have to find some solutions together. And please feel free to discuss, to talk about good practices, best practices, good ideas, and exchange ideas, because this is very, very important. And thank you very much for mentioning this, even social challenges we are facing. So the key of life, ladies and gentlemen, is the adaptation. We have to react quickly, and we have to adapt to the changing, very, very fast changing environment. This is the key of survival, if you like. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the National Chamber of Commerce Hydrogen Technologies Committee from Hydrogen Poland on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Toboho Umeda.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the honorable guests, thank you for being here, and this is a great honor for me to be here and talk. And well, I'm representing a Polish Chamber of Commerce, which is 160 organizations, associations, chambers, as well as Hydrogen Poland, the Polish Association for Hydrogen Economy. So I will postpone some obvious things that already was mentioned here, and please let me go to this slide. So first of all, I would like to go back to the principles, because we are talking about not only hydrogen itself. Hydrogen is not the goal. Hydrogen is a tool to achieve decarbonization. Yes, so we have to first ask ourselves what decarbonization really means. And I can tell you what does it mean in Poland. In Poland, that means that in 2050, there will be no market for gas, for coal, and for oil. So no these fuels, which means that entire energy that is produced right now from oil, from gas, and coal in Polish economy will be replaced by something. No, it's not the hydrogen. It's a renewable or clean energy, electric energy. And some part of this energy will be represented by hydrogen. But first, we need this clean energy. In Poland, right now, our entire energy, electric energy market is 170 terawatt hours per year. But entire economy in 2050, it will be 1,000 terawatt hour per year. Among actual 170 terawatt hours of electric energy market, we have only 30 terawatt hours of clean energy, and we have to extend it up to 1,000 terawatt hours. 4 months ago, we thought that it would be 2050, but now we know that we have to do it much earlier. Yes, so this is the question mark: how much you need in Hungary, how much you need in Slovakia, in Czech Republic. Let's calculate it all together. Yes, so the number, the capacity of clean energy that we have to install to be really net zero is something that is very hard to imagine. How we can achieve it? Of course, it is impossible to achieve it if we think about this market like we think like we were practicing it until now, because there is no grids connection that is capable of connecting 1,000 terawatt hours of clean energy, whatever it is, or whatever the ratio between nuclear and renewables will be. There is no such a grid. There is no such a system that can connect it. So what does it mean? That everything what we are talking about right now here is a top-down perspective. Okay, governments want to do the transition, but it's not true. Not government will do this. It's not going to happen top-down. It will happen bottom-up. How? Because right now we are facing the biggest historical crisis, global crisis on energy. We had already crisis of oil market in 70s, but this is total energy crisis and in global scale. In Poland, that means that prices of gas, prices of coal, prices of biomass went rocket high, and all the production industries right now, cost of production rise to the level that absolutely no one could predict. And of course, margin are already gone. So no one can predict the future of the own business. And Poland, I think Hungary and our V4 group is exactly the same. We are part of supply chain for the Western countries. Yes. So our industry is in great danger at the moment, all of them. So what is the role of hydrogen? The hydrogen is an agent. This is not the fuel. This is not the final goal this is not the product like oil, like coal. This is something that help us to transmit the energy from renewables to the final devices, to the final users. Only that. So we shouldn't overestimate the role of hydrogen when we talk about it. Because first we have to understand the role of hydrogen in the carbonization process that is happening on the bottom-up scheme. So every company, every production facility in European Union should take responsibility for their own energy supply. They are not anymore capable to reach and count on the system, because system relies on global political, geopolitical, let's say, unpredictable circumstances right now. Yes, so we cannot rely on this. Who will swear for that gas prices will come back to the previous levels in, I don't know, next 3 years. No one can guarantee. Yes, we got in Poland. We got rid completely zero Russian gas, which is absolutely great. Zero Russian coal, which is absolutely great. But that means that there is no coal, because finally we found out how deeply dependent we were on Russian fossil fuels. So now, when we don't have it, we don't have it at all. Prices for the coal was 300 zloty 1 year ago. Right now is 2,500 zloty. Yes. So there is no biomass, because biomass was coming from Belarus and Ukraine. So there is no biomass. Prices are really, I even don't know what is the prices today. The gas, of course, yes, the gas is the gas is crazy, but also every products based on gas. We talked about ammonia and fertilizers. So 1 ton of ammonia right now is $1,400. It was 200, 300, 400 in normal times, let's say, in the past. So having this in mind, we have to understand that the responsibility for the transition is not relying on governments, even not on European Union. We have to find a way how these subsidies, how this money from European Union can reach the real deal, which is the bottom-up transition, the local governments that has to transit from heating systems, district heating system, from coal to something that's not emitting anything. Yes, for example, maybe hydrogen is one of the solutions, but heat pumps, electrodes, whatever. So if we see this in a whole, then we can understand what the historical moment we are in. This is not just a change of technology. This is the like change of the epoch. Yes, the era. It's like transition from the Stone Age to the Iron Age, something like this. So in this case, if we are aware of these, then we have to encourage all of us, all of companies, all of local governments to enter this path, not wait for government, not wait for the subsidies. Because why? Because this is not only the problem that the prices are high. There is even bigger problem than that. And here I have the slide for this. Yes. The taxonomy. I mentioned that we are the big supply chain for Western companies. And Western companies, especially on this top of the pyramid of the supply chains, right now they have to keep their taxonomical order. So they have to go green. They have to clean up their supply chains from non-green companies. And now, today, it just began. This is just a, let's say, marketing, ESG, But in 5 years, I can guarantee, in 5 years, the best practice of competition will be to question whether my competitor is really green or not. And even is with guarantees of origin set up by member state of European Union, it's not defined whether in the other member state of European Union these guarantees of origin won't be questioned. Like, for example, Polish guarantees of origin that we can buy right now. No one going to honor this because we are using grid connections, and in our grid, 75% of energy is from coal. So even if we have the paper, okay, I paid for the green, in Germany, no one will accept this. Yes. So we have to go off grid, all of us. We have to integrate vertically. We have to understand that this is the end of the world, that someone was supplying us with energy and we were safe because we were just paying for this energy, and that wasn't our problem. Now to achieve this 1,000 terawatt hours in Poland, every energy user must produce energy for himself. And that's the only way to achieve this goal. And the hydrogen is a part of it. Hydrogen is a very important part to store this energy in seasonal perspective, it's very important to make ammonia, for example, for fertilizers, food security. For example, in Poland, we produce right now 2.5 million tons of ammonia. If Grupa Azoty, the biggest Polish fertilizer company, would like to go green, they should install 24 gigawatts of renewables. Is it possible? No, of course not. No one will install 24 gigawatts of renewables as a single company. So what's going to happen? The market will disperse. The market will be distributed market of everything, of energy, of hydrogen, of ammonia, of methanol, ethanol, every product that is based on green hydrogen. And this is how this market will reshape. And this is the future. So every strategy that is made on the state level, every activities of the state are very, very precious. Every ideas how we send big quantities of hydrogen via pipelines are great. But okay, how much hydrogen we have to send by pipeline to make it reasonable? Thousands, hundreds, thousands of tons, yes? So hundreds, thousands of tons means dozens of gigawatts of installed renewables. We're not going to do this like there will be one big company like utility that is producing big amount of hydrogen. No, that will be dispersed market, distributed market, like, I don't know, milk production, small farmers producing milk and they are sending this to the milk factory. This is more like that. So we have to be aware of this because the responsibility on this transition relies on shoulders of each of us, each of us, single one, not governments, not European Union, not subsidies. Don't wait. And the mobility is the last part of it. Of course, it's very important because it's easy to understand, but hydrogen in mobility and hydrogen that we need for mobility is the only part of the decarbonization market. So, okay, let's be it. Let's use the hydrogen for mobility, but then we need this hydrogen on the market. And if we produce hydrogen as a product, we never will find business equation, economical equation of this, especially in countries like here, like before. We have maybe a little bit better conditions for renewables, but not that good as Portugal, for example. So still, if we produce hydrogen for hydrogen, it will be extremely expensive. But if we producing something else and we are sector coupling, we are making polygeneration. For example, we are producing heat, and the hydrogen can be a byproduct from heat producing. Yes, then we can reach the prices and the role of hydrogen, but in the very complex system, not simple system as we had, something producing something. Yes, so we installed the systems that producing many things, polygenerational systems with highest possible energy efficiency, with highest possible sector coupling scheme, and then we can produce heat, cold, energy, hydrogen, oxygen, ammonia, and other products. And all of these are coming from one system. And then we can find the equation. Not only that, only in this way. This is why it needs a complex approach. It needs integration, vertical integration. Maybe the communities, this is the answer. And there is this Energy Community Directive, which is something, for me, the most important in recent directives, that it allows us to cooperate together on the local level, local governments with local companies, yes, with citizens, with households. For example, in Poland, we have project in one of the rural local government, and to 90% of households has a PVs on the roofs. And this is completely inefficient because they put all this energy to the grid. And of course, the grid is paying them some small money. But what if we can store this energy and leave it there? Yes. And this is what we do in Poland. And every day the new projects are coming, the new local governments are coming, new companies are coming, and this is happening. And it's under the radar. We're not going to observe it in governmental reports, because these are the initiatives of the people, and this is happening. So I'm fully optimistic that it is possible. It is possible now with actually existing technologies, affordable, reachable, and all of us, really, we can start today. And today is already late. Please remember that. Thank you very much.
Very, very important words by Tomoho Umeda. Thank you very much. It was great to hear, and of course, government can help, but it's coming. The whole thing, the organizing of things, coming from down and from the level of the citizens. I mean, the single persons. We have to rethink our, let's say, mobility and consuming, etc. Thank you very much. This is not a typical Polish name, Tomoho Umeda. Oh, really? Watashi no namae wa Zoltan desu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much. To close this part and the first part of our conference, we will have a pre-recorded video message. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next few minutes, please direct your attention to the big screen, because we have a message from the European Commission Directorate General for Mobility and Transport, Maja Bakran-Markic.
Warm greetings from Brussels, and first of all, I would really like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to address you today on this important topic of hydrogen and hydrogen in mobility. As you all know, transport is a major contributor to climate change, and transport is emitting about a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions in the EU. To achieve climate neutrality, the EU needs to reduce transport emissions by about 90% by 2050. So transitioning the transport system not only requires new powertrains in vehicles, but it will really fundamentally alter value chains. Hydrogen is one of the most promising decarbonization options for heavy-duty road vehicles, waterborne, rail, and aeronautic applications. And all this because hydrogen provides sufficient power for long ranges and high payloads, making it ideal for heavy-duty trucks, buses, and coaches. Hydrogen is also a very suitable option for larger passenger ships, inland ships, as well as potentially for cruise ships. Today, Europe is the leader in hydrogen technology. In aviation, we expect hydrogen-powered short-range aircraft in service as early as 2035. Until that day, sustainable aviation fuels will help with immediate decarbonization, including low-carbon synthetic fuels derived from hydrogen. So we also see possible areas for growth. The analysis underpinning our mobility strategy found that for us to reach climate neutrality by 2050, hydrogen should provide around 20% of the transport fuel mix. Low-carbon synthetic fuels derived from hydrogen would need to contribute an additional 20% of the fuel mix. It is clear that increased deployment and use of renewable and low-carbon fuels must go hand in hand with the creation of a comprehensive network of refueling infrastructure. Revising our TEN-T regulation will be key to make the Trans-European Transport Network a key enabler. In addition, the proposed revision of the Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation aims to ensure that sufficient interoperable network will be in place throughout the EU. The density of the network is imperative for the success of hydrogen in transport. To rapidly boost the supply of renewable fuels, including synthetic fuels, in these two transport modes, we have set up a new industrial alliance. The alliance is now open for member applications and will meet at its first General Assembly in July. I would strongly encourage businesses and organizations active in these two transport modes to apply and become a member. Hydrogen, along with other zero-emission technologies, is truly our passport for the future growth of the transport sector. And we have made it clear already in the European Green Deal and in the Fit for 55 package. We wanted hydrogen to be a backbone of our response to both the climate urgency and the recovery from economic crisis caused by the pandemic. Today, we have yet another important task for hydrogen. Following the brutal Russian invasion on Ukraine, we have to radically reevaluate where we get our energy supplies and cut to zero our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. With the adoption of the Repower EU plan on 18th of May, we intensified our efforts to phase out fossil fuels from our economy. We have set an ambitious target that by 2030, the EU should produce domestically 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen and import an additional 10 million tons. To accelerate hydrogen projects, additional funding of 200 million euros is set aside for research, and we in the Commission will complete the assessment of the first important projects of common European interest by the summer. As you can see from this short intervention, we really believe that hydrogen is an important element of this future transformation of transport. With this, I will end here, and I wish you a very successful conference today. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So thank you very much for this quick video message. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we just reached the first part, the end of the first part of our conference. So we will have a very short, let's say 10 minutes coffee break or interval, and then we will continue with our conference. So ladies and gentlemen, see you soon in about 10 minutes right here. Thank you very much. Very much. So, as you probably noticed, and I'm sure you know exactly, hydrogen industry is becoming a very important area, day by day, mile by mile, and watt by watt. But from who should we hear, and where exactly it stands now? These are the most important questions. What's the situation globally, regionally, and mostly in this region, in this very region where we live here in the middle of Europe? So we would like to answer these questions in the following few minutes via these presentations. Now we have a pre-recorded video message from the chairman of the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance and H2 Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the big screen. Jae Do-moon.
Hydrogen is a very rich element, accounting for 75% of the universe. And when used as a fuel, it is an eco-friendly energy source that is reborn as pure water. Humans have been using hydrogen as a raw material, but have recently developed a technology that can use hydrogen as a fuel, drawing attention as an alternative to break away from the use of carbon fuel, the main cause of the climate crisis. Korea rises on the same boat. If we look at the climate change report released by the IPCC, you can see that the amount of carbon dioxide generated from fossil fuels that we have been using for human development in greenhouse gas emissions for the past 20 years. Looking at this analysis graph, as a result of analyzing greenhouse gas emissions over 20 years, fluorinated gas, nitrous oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide emissions showed a steady increase. Among them, carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels used in industrial and power generation fields increased significantly. Through this, we believe that the use in carbon fuel is a major cause of the increase in greenhouse gas emissions. As a solution, the IPCC's UN climate change report suggests that the world must reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 43% within 8 years through active investment and technology utilization. At the P4G summit held in Korea last year, settlements from each country shared the perception that fossil fuels used by humans cause a serious climate crisis, and discussions were held to overcome this. In addition, the P4G Seoul Declaration, which recognized the importance of hydrogen, included the phrase focusing on energy efficiency and promote the use of clean hydrogen, especially in hard-to-abate areas. Now, the world believes that hydrogen will be a significant part of the future energy sources. More than 30 countries around the world have announced hydrogen strategies until last year. It is expected to increase to more than 40 countries by this year. As such, many countries around the world regard hydrogen as the key to future energy transition. Then let's take a look at Korea's hydrogen economy implementation strategy. First, I will explain what is going on for the transition to the hydrogen economy in Korea until recently. Korea has established systematic policies to revitalize the hydrogen economy since 2019, and many policies are currently being implemented. In January 2019, Korea announced a hydrogen economy roadmap, which is the basis of hydrogen policy, and established a hydrogen technology development roadmap and the hydrogen safety roadmap. In February 2020, the world's first hydrogen law was enacted, and a basic law was aimed to foster the domestic hydrogen industry. In December of the same year, hydrogen declared to achieve carbon neutrality in 2050, which became the core of the energy conversion policy. In November 2021, the basic plan for implementing the hydrogen economy in Korea was established. Now, let me tell you about the current state of the hydrogen economy in Korea. Korea is pushing for a transition to a hydrogen economy for carbon neutrality in 2050, and is creating hydrogen ecosystem to revitalize the hydrogen industry. Currently, about 22,000 hydrogen cars are supplied and operated in Korea, with 132 buses and 20 taxis in operation. In addition, 162 hydrogen refueling stations have been built and operated across the country, and about 250 stations are expected to open by this year. Fuel cell power generation is operated at 53 sites in Korea, and about 790 megawatts of power is produced. The following is the current status of the hydrogen industry being promoted by local governments in each region of Korea. As you can see here, Korea is promoting hydrogen industry-specific projects such as hydrogen-related cities, hydrogen production clusters, R&D specialized cities, and hydrogen mobility clusters. There will be more business opportunities in the future, and a visible hydrogen society will unfold by 2030. To this end, Korea is preparing to expand this hydrogen ecosystem. The development of hydrogen cars is planning to expand to various mobilities. It is also promoting mixed power generation of hydrogen and ammonia in carbon-free electricity production. In order to reduce industrial carbon fuel, we are developing hydrogen fuel use methods in steel, cement, and petroleum processes. In addition, it is promoting the establishment of an overseas supply chain of hydrogen required for the sustainable growth of the hydrogen industry. To that end, we plan to expand our hydrogen infrastructure. Korea has the world's best technology for hydrogen cars, and based on this, strategy for developing hydrogen mobility was created. Korea plans to expand its application to mobile mobility such as trucks, trams, and ships, not limited to passenger cars and commercial vehicles. To this end, it will focus on improving the performance of hydrogen mobile fuel cell systems and securing economic feasibility by 2030. In particular, I would point out that technical cooperation is being promoted between Korea and Czech companies to establish a hydrogen mobility ecosystem. A great technological synergy between the companies is expected. In Korea, there are many companies with excellent technologies such as hydrogen charging and hydrogen distribution. including Hyundai Motors. I hope that international cooperation in the hydrogen industry with V4 countries will be actively promoted in the future. We are going to expand the hydrogen supply chain to move into the hydrogen economy. To this end, we plan to expand the supply of hydrogen through demonstration of hydrogen incorporation by utilizing natural gas pipelines nationwide. To this end, we'll expand the construction of hydrogen pipe networks around the hydrogen production and transportation areas. By 2025, it will be based on hydrogen ports, hydrogen cities, and industrial complexes, and will be connected to the LNG pipeline by 2030. And by 2050, there will be a piping network centered on 4 major metropolitan areas across the country. In addition, the construction of hydrogen refueling stations and hydrogen production bases will be accelerated to expand the supply of hydrogen mobility. To this end, it plans to secure a nationwide hydrogen refueling network by transforming it in the form of a complex refueling station using existing gas stations or LPG stations. Let me explain Korea's hydrogen utilization strategy. Korea plans to gradually reduce existing coal-powered power plants with a goal of carbon neutrality and plans to utilize hydrogen. First of all, from the middle of 2020s, fuel cell power generation facilities and the ammonia mixed systems in coal power plants will be expanded. The ammonia blending method of coal-fired power plants is planned to operate 20% of ammonia by 2030. In addition, based on the goal of commercialization by 2050, through the development of hydrogen generation gas turbines, we will promote carbon dioxide reduction by increasing hydrogen utilization in the industry. It is also planning to expand the use of hydrogen energy in steel, petrochemical, and cement industries that emit a lot of carbon. For example, the steel production process will establish a test site for hydrogen reduction process of 1 million tons by 2030 and expand it to 3 million tons by 2040 and completely convert existing furnace facilities to 100% hydrogen steel process by 2050. In addition, the petrochemical process aims to develop a process that replaces heavy oil, the fuel of a petrochemical process, with hydrogen by 2030. As mentioned earlier, Korea is actively promoting to establish a network to introduce clean hydrogen from overseas in the mid to long term. Korea is expecting to establish 40 stable overseas hydrogen supply chains by 2050, encompassing both blue and green hydrogen in various. A hydrogen port construction plan is also being prepared for this. The number of hydrogen ports will increase from 2 by 2028 to 9 by 2040. In addition, hydrogen production and the infrastructure construction in hydrogen import ports will be promoted. Lastly, I would like to introduce the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance, GR, which was recently established to promote global hydrogen cooperation. H2 Korea, together with the 17 hydrogen associations in each country, launched the GR in Seoul to promote international hydrogen industry cooperation. The purpose of GI is to promote the growth of a global hydrogen industry and the expansion of the international hydrogen market by revitalizing private global hydrogen economic cooperation. Through this, it will promote the transition to a hydrogen society and contribute to overcoming the global climate crisis. The organization will play a pivotal role in promoting private international cooperation with the 18 hydrogen industry associations. Please support and join us in the initiative of GEA. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the applause. And now we will break this global outlook and global analysis what's going on, analysis of what's going on in the hydrogen industry with a Hungarian project, ladies and gentlemen, because in this conference we would like to focus on the mobility mainly. So in the next few minutes you will hear about the Gold Iron project, zero emission buses and hydrogen powered drone development in Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of the High Hybrid Energy Limited, Dr. Akhtar Navid.
Good day, everybody. It's my great pleasure to be here to represent a Hungarian company, Goldi Mobility. And today I will be talking about mainly the project which we are leading for the last 3 years in this country. And as an introduction, my name is Navid Akhtar and I'm the founder and CEO of High Hybrid Energy. So I'm based in Scotland. So I traveled from Scotland today. And just to highlight the name of the company, if you look at the High Hybrid, the reason why I have chosen this name, basically, if you see, in my opinion, the hydrogen is best united as a hybrid energy sources. So take an example of hydrogen used in a green hydrogen production. So hydrogen is dependent on the renewable power plants. So that's one example. If you look at any of the mobility applications, look at the buses, cars, they always rely on batteries. Doesn't matter how big it is or how small it is. You cannot run a single fuel cell, separate fuel cell to power a mobility application because you need to deal with the dynamics. So the idea here basically, so today I will be, why I'm highlighting this, I would be including some kind of slides to discuss the combination of mobility with battery electric and the hydrogen applications. So moving on to the next slide. So who am I? I thought I would try to give a background, what I have done in the past in the hydrogen industry. So I'm working on hydrogen and fuel cells for the last 21 years. The very first project in hydrogen started in Pakistan, from where I originally belong to. And this was the project straight when I came out of the uni. I'm a mechanical engineer, straight coming out of the uni. I was lucky, to be honest, that I didn't knew that after 20 years that hydrogen would be a big thing. So before this project started, this was the first of its kind in my country. Then I did my master's in Germany in renewable energy. Again, everybody now see renewable energy is a big thing. And this decision was made, roughly speaking, 17, 18 years that I would be doing my master's in renewable energy. My PhD was in fuel cells from UK. And during my PhD, I did the world's first modeling and experimental study during my PhD thesis. I worked for a British company, AFC Energy. And during that project, I was working on the world's largest tertiary alkaline power plant with that company. Leading to the next one, which is the Hungarian fuel cell bus project. So again, this project started in 2019. This is the first of its kind when we started, and still, to my knowledge, it is still the first of its kind in Hungary. The Gold Line project, basically, which includes different variants of the zero emission buses. I am also proud to be the founder of the world first International Hydrogen Aviation Conference. So this step I took roughly 2 years ago when I realized that everybody's talking about the planes, the buses, the cars, the trucks, the trains as well, and also the ships. But there was hardly anything done on the aviation side. So I decided to set up this world first forum. And this forum basically is running this year's third event. Next one, I'm again lucky that my country connected me last year in 2021 to lead the first of its kind in Pakistan, a 400 megawatt green hydrogen project. So I am working on that project as the CTO for the company. Moving on, yesterday, it was again a lucky day for us. we signed a joint cooperation with a company to set up the first Hungarian fuel cell system assembly plant, which means we will be working together with a partner company. And the idea behind is that we will procure maybe only the fuel cell stacks, and the whole balance of plants assembly would happen locally here. And I would just use my own last 20 years of experience bringing together with all the partners into that game. And you never know what would be my next first, but I really like to be the first. Okay, so in terms of the projects, so as I mentioned, we are engaged in many projects, and I would go into detail in the coming slides. So basically, our current focus is to lead all the relevant projects into the mobility area, coming from trucks, buses, ships, planes, and also to the trains as well. The Gold Line project. So this project started in 2019. As I said, within that project, what we were looking for, we decided to start this project from a fuel cell point of view right in the beginning. But later down the line, we were talking to the local government people and also some partners as well. And we came to the conclusion that it would make sense for us to include the battery electric buses into our project portfolio. The reason behind was basically we understand that Hungary is still lagging behind in terms of the infrastructure, because there's hardly, to my knowledge, there's hardly one refilling station in Hungary right now, which started, I think it's last year. And there's much needs to be done. So what we did basically, why not we include the battery electric buses into the project? And as I mentioned before, hydrogen is best suited in many of the applications when it is hybridized with other energy systems. And that's the logic behind. So for the phase 1 project, we set up this zero emission bus family, which means we were looking for all the different combinations of battery electric and the fuel cell buses. Plus, we were also looking how to charge if it is a battery electric, and how to refuel if it is a hydrogen fuel cell bus. For phase 2, the idea behind is to have a local assembly of the fuel cell engines. So that part, as I mentioned in the beginning, yesterday we signed a contract with a company to do this local assembly, again, the first of its kind here, and charging station assembly as well. Phase 3, which would happen later down the line. And the idea is we will further go into the detailed drivetrain assembly, which means not only focusing on the fuel cell engines, but taking care of the battery, for example. There is a DC-DC parts in the fuel cell drivetrains, and also there are electric motors as well. So we are linking together and talking to the relevant suppliers who are interested to work together to set up the whole drivetrain. So it's a long-term vision. And what we did again later down the line, somewhere in 2020, we decided to include hydrogen-powered drone into the project as well. This was again coming from my own kind of knowledge that we need to also include aviation, because aviation is going to become a big thing in the coming years. And as it was pointed out by the earlier speakers, that by 2035, Airbus has announced basically they are powering the first flight, which would be powered by hydrogen. So just give you a background on the electric drivetrain. So if you look at the difference between a battery electric and a fuel cell electric, this is quite, you can see there are quite synergies between these two drivetrains. The only difference is basically you have to, once it is a electric drivetrain or a battery drivetrain, you have to add a hydrogen tank, which is an extension. And also you have to bring a fuel cell system, which requires air compressor and some, cooling mechanism. So in fact, the battery electric and the fuel cell electric, they have a lot of synergies between, which is many of the components can be easily shared. Like you can see, battery is the same in both cases. It could be smaller or bigger depending on the drivetrain. But battery, the electric motor, the inverter, these three things are common in both drivetrains. The only addition is the hydrogen tank and the fuel cell side. So if I move to the Gold Line project, so as I mentioned, there are basically four variants of the different drivetrain assembly in that. So our idea was to consider 12 meter and 18 meter as the fuel cell bus, and the smaller, which is 8.5, and the 12 meter is a battery electric bus. The reason behind, I think many of you already know that when you look for the battery drivetrain, there is a tipping point when it comes to the range, because the longer you want to drive, which means a long haul drive, that the battery becomes quite heavier and heavier. and there would be a point it doesn't make any sense to use batteries. That's why, if you look at the ships, for example, specifically to the planes, the long haul planes, once you go to, let's say 200 or 300 miles, then you have to only look for hydrogen as a solution, because battery would not work there. So our analysis, we did quite a detailed kind of economical and also the technical study on that to find out where would be the tipping point between these drivetrains, and then decided 12 meter is the ideal kind of tipping point. So if we are below that, then we can live with battery. And if we are above 12 meter, then the only solution for us, which makes sense from a driving range, it would be the only solution would be the fuel cell bus. And that's the tipping point. Now, looking at the pictures of the bus, so you can see, I don't know, many of you may not have heard about that, but the reality is these E9 and E12, which are the battery electric buses, they are in Hungary right now. And the H12, which is a 12-meter fuel cell bus, this has been recently completed with a cooperation between Hyzon Motors and us. And many of you know Hyzon Motors is a big player when it comes to the fuel cell engines. So these guys are supplying the engines to those bus families for the 18-meter fuel cell bus and also to the 12-meter. The 18-meter is the one which is in a development stage. The other buses are ready. With respect to the 18-meter bus, if you can see, I'm just giving you a highlight on how the drivetrain look like. So you would see on the top of on the roof of the H18 bus, there is a air conditioning, and then next to that there is a battery, and you can also see the hydrogen storage tanks. They are located onto the roof, and there are nearly 12 hydrogen tanks which are powering this bus. And again, we have decided to extend the range as much as we can, but there is a limitation how much load we can put onto the bus. The good thing about this bus is, again, to my knowledge, as I said, from my experience looking at this industry, what I found, this would be, correct me if anyone can challenge me, this would be the world's first plug-in hybrid 18-meter bus. It is a 18-meter bus, but it is not only fuel cell, it is a plug-in hybrid. So plug-in hybrid means you can charge it, and by charging this bus, you can drive down to, let's say, 50 kilometers to reach to a nearby refueling station, and then you can refuel a hydrogen. So this combination of a plug-in means you can drive both on electricity as a battery drivetrain or as a fuel cell as well. And on a 18-meter, to my knowledge, no one has done that. So moving on, I think it's less of a relevant for this conference, but as I mentioned, I like to be hybrid with hydrogen. So this is the electric chargers which are used for our battery buses here as well. For the hydrogen refueling station, what we are looking here, we are, as I mentioned, our 12-meter buses are ready. The 18-meter are still in production stage, and we are looking what happens when the buses, comes to Hungary, for example, and the 18-meter, if we want to refuel that, which needs quite a lot of refueling anyway, we need to find out, do we need to drive to Budapest, for example, from Reykjavik, or is there anything nearby? If we want to drive, I don't know whether we will be able to come back with the same single charge, depending on the distance between. So that's why we are looking some other solutions, local solutions, where we can find some kind of mobile refueling stations. In this case, it is a very small station where you can refuel up to 200 kilogram a day. And this could suit like 4 to 5 buses a day, basically. So if you think about each bus carries 40 kilograms, so you can easily refuel that. So idea behind is we are in a cooperation, and today we have a partner here. We are again lucky today. We have a partner here to whom we are discussing this partnership and finding out if we can have maybe a cooperation together, either as a contract or as a MOU. We will find out today. And the idea is to have our own customized refueling station for our buses. The 18 meter. So I'm going into a deeper detail now for the 18 meter. As I mentioned, it is the focus for us because it is a very innovative kind of bus design. So within the 18 meter bus, it is a special plug-in hybrid, so FC PHEV, and this runs both on hydrogen as well as electricity. It is a M3 category low floor bus, and this is this is in a last stage of the assembly. I will show in the later slide. And our plan is to have a full European approval for that, so that once the bus is ready, it can be used anywhere in Europe. The bus is equipped with a 100 kilowatt fuel cell system from Hyzon Motors. It has a high voltage battery and a 250 to 350 kilowatt electric motor as well, 12 hydrogen tanks at 350 bar, and it has a CCS2 type electric charger as well to recharge that bus. Further detail on that bus, so I would give you the whole layout where the bus currently stands and what we have done in the past, at least past 3 years. And knowing that there were COVID challenges in our way, so there has been slight slippage in the project, but we will continuing working with our partners to make sure that it is on track. So we started the bus design from a layout design and then moved to the chassis body and a structure design. We also completed all the drivetrain component purchasing. This started, I think it was last year, somewhere in the early last year. Then we completed the chassis mechanical part. So all the chassis structure was done. Body assembly was completed. We did the welding production as well. And the current status of the bus, as you can see in the pictures, that it is sitting on a paint coating stage, which means the painting of the bus body has been completed. The next 2 or 3 stages which are left is after that process, the bus would be entering into a final assembly and commissioning stage. And once this assembly and commissioning is done, it has to be trialed to check if there are any malfunctions in the operation, which means we would be doing the inspection and debugging of the drivetrain. And finally, we would apply for the EU homologation, making sure that everything is ready to bring and then run this bus in a real life environment in Hungary to begin with, and the other European countries afterwards. The other project you may have seen in the exhibition hall upstairs. If you have not, please, I suggest go upstairs and you will find our hydrogen powered drone there. So the hydrogen powered drone again is another extension to the mobility projects, which we were looking apart from the buses. In this case, we are targeting this drone to be locally assembled in the coming months. So at this stage, it is a fully assembled system. But the idea behind is to have the hydrogen tank, which is sitting on the top of that drone. We would like to replace that tank to become, find out a much lighter, which can increase the range. So currently we are talking, roughly speaking, 4 hours to maybe 4.5 hours kind of flying range. But our idea is to have much thinner, much lighter, either type 4, for example. This is a type 3 in this case. Type 4 tanks would be much lighter. And then going forward, there's a lot of R&D ongoing. People are talking type 5 as well. So we can think about, how we can further extend the range. That's one consideration. The other consideration is we are also looking, based on our expertise on the fuel cell side. There is a fuel cell in this drone, and we are looking how we can get a better kind of, much lighter fuel cell, which can give a much better power in terms of the dynamics of the flight. So these are the 2 active areas to look at, and we are in a continuous touch with our partnership to find out how we can achieve these 2 things into a best kind of status. The third thing, which we are looking as a European homologation as well for the whole system, which means all the components which are in the drone system, they are fully certified, and that's why we are working very closely how we can get certified. Like the fuel cell system should be certified, the hydrogen tank should be certified, so that we can run these trials to other part of the world. The same thing as you can see in the hydrogen powered drone. Further details. So on the left hand side, if you can see, is the basic operational chart of the fuel cell, how it gives the instructions to the hydrogen powered drone. So you have a battery, as I mentioned before. Any mobility application, when you are looking to fly anything on fuel cells, you always need a battery. So there is a battery there, and this battery is working together with the fuel cell, and the fuel cell is basically checking the required voltages, required currents to power at a suitable height. There is a hydrogen tank as well in this drone, which is giving you how much pressure is there, because if the pressure is running out, you are losing your range. So all together is working on that case. Another project. So I'm slipping now out of the Gold Line project, just the last 1 or 2 slides. So as I mentioned before, when we talk about the mobility or any hydrogen related projects, anything which consumes hydrogen, now it came to my attention. It was to be honest, it was last 2 years, 2020 maybe onwards. Everybody start talking green hydrogen. I've never heard, if I look back my history, 2001, nobody knows even what the colors are. Up until 2016, 2015, nothing about any colors. And suddenly after that, within the last 2 years, every project, if I go to any news, green hydrogen, green hydrogen. So what we did, that's the same thing. So the initiative kicks on because everybody understands Saudi project, NEOM project is the claimed to be the world's largest project for green hydrogen production. So we came up with the same version of the Saudi NEOM project. It is the fourth of its size, roughly fourth or fifth of the size of the Saudi. So Saudi guys are talking 2 gigawatt and we are talking a 400 megawatts, so 1/5 of that. And the idea is very similar. Make green hydrogen in a renewable rich location in Pakistan and via the solar and the wind, because the city I belong to is Karachi. And when I am there, the temperature could be as high as 45 degrees Celsius. And you can have 365 days of solar. So it means you have an enormous solar energy there. Likewise, you have the wind there. So the idea is to connect the solar and the wind to have the green hydrogen produced. Once the hydrogen is produced, then you look where you want to transport. So we are looking very nearby partners. So China is the biggest partner for us because we have the borders with them. And even in fact, in this project, Power China, one of the leading player from China is the partner for that project. So Power China from China, they are engaged. You can see in this picture as well. So this picture is basically from a royal prince in Dubai. So we have engaged this royal prince into the game, and he's owning 70% as a joint venture into that project. It's a big kind of thing for us as a project for a green hydrogen. You need some kind of investment because it's a big investment project. So this Dubai Sheikh basically, so he's owning 70% of the investment of these studies, which we are currently doing. So we have completed the pre-feasibility, entering into the full feasibility. And these guys from Siemens in this picture, you can see they are discussing in this picture, for example, what kind of electrolyzers could be suited for that project. Idea is to make green hydrogen. And then I'm linking now this to this gold line project. Because once we are powering our buses in the coming years, maybe the buses will move from single prototypes to 10 of them or 50 of them. Once we are increasing that, we need more hydrogen. Then people would come to us and ask, Naveed, can you tell me is it a green hydrogen? I don't know, because there is nothing green hydrogen right now. And many of the European people, they are still using fossil fuel on the background and give you a gray hydrogen. So what we need to do, we need to sell this and then bring this hydrogen and then connect to the Hungarian kind of infrastructure or to other European part to mobilize this kind of green hydrogen connections to all these kind of projects. So that's the intention behind. And the last one, so that's again a snapshot from my last year second round of the International Hydrogen Aviation Conference I mentioned. And as I said, I am moving to the third round this year. And I'm really, glad to see many of you are really interested in hydrogen. So this is my invitation to you. Please come to Scotland. It's a beautiful place to move around as well, to see the natural scenery, and plus to have the look at the hydrogen use in aviation, what we are doing. Summary wise, so phase 1, phase 2, as I mentioned, these two phases are almost in the stage. So phase 1 is nearly complete. Phase 2, engine assembly, yesterday signed contract, charging stations are happening. And now we are moving to the phase 3 kind of initial discussion. So looking how we can, bring other players into the game for a full drivetrain kind of assemblies. So talking to different partners. For refueling suppliers as well. So as I mentioned, there is a potential partner today here. And our plan is to discuss with them. If they are happy to engage with us, I will open the dialogue and set up this kind of joint venture or a MOU or maybe a partnership, depending on how the discussion goes on. The last point in this is basically once we have done this part, moving to the last phase, we are looking for other extension to the project, not only looking and stopping at the fuel cell side, but looking the other part of the hybrid drivetrain. And that's the idea behind. With this, I will end my presentation and thank you for your kind attention. If you have any questions, I'm here to ask, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naveed. I mean, we can make it in the lunch break if someone would like to connect you personally. Thank you very much for your words and showing us this not local, but truly global project. Thank you very much. Did I see these buses on the Debrecen Drive, or no? Was it on Debrecen Drive? No, because on the northeastern part of Hungary we have a huge, let's say, event on mobility, and we have the latest technology there for the spectators and the people. Anyway, thank you very much. Great projects. And to close this part, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to show you a video message from the representative of the NIDO, which is for the New Energy and Industrial Development Organization. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Imasato Kazuyuki.
Okay, let's begin. Firstly, I'd like to introduce about NEDO itself just briefly. NEDO is one of the largest public funding agencies in Japan with two main missions that consist in addressing energy and global environmental problems and enhancing industrial technology development. While our activity fields are widely spread to a variety of technologies, such as robotics, AI, IoT, or materials, as well as support to startups. One of our main activities is related to energy system. In this context, NEDO have been supporting hydrogen-related technologies for a long time. NEDO has 6 overseas offices, and our Paris office covers all over Europe. Historically, we have had some demonstration projects in Europe, such as in Lyon in France, Manchester in the UK, Lisbon in Portugal, Ljubljana in Slovenia, or Niedersachsen in Germany. Now, 2 projects are on the stage of feasibility study to build up the demonstration project. Both projects are related to the hydrogen technology. As the latest one, last December, a German energy company, RWE, and Kawasaki Heavy Industry announced that they started building the world's first 100% hydrogen-capable gas turbine on industrial scale in Lingen, Germany, under our NEDO's support. NEDO Europe wishes to implement more such projects in Europe to address energy and global environmental issues through the cooperation of Japanese companies with European partners. Secondly, I will show you the outlook of Japan's energy situation. Here is the basic background of Japan's energy situation. The left figure shows us that Japan depends on a lot of fossil fuels even in 2019. Besides, at this moment, it is very difficult to use nuclear power largely, since a part of the public opinion is afraid of it due to the accident of Fukushima nuclear plant in 2011. CO2 emissions are shown in the right figure. CO2 emissions from the energy transformation sector, mainly power generation, account for about 40% of the total energy related to CO2 emissions. It is therefore critically important to efficiently utilize hydrogen as one of the key technologies to realize a smart energy transformation. This figure is a basic scenario of how Japan can achieve carbon neutrality in 2050. In the electricity sector, we will promote low-carbon electricity by using renewable energy, hydrogen or ammonia combustion, as well as nuclear power. In the non-electric power field, we will promote more and more electrification. However, in areas where electrification is difficult, hydrogen, ammonia, and biomass will be used directly. This figure shows the direction of the hydrogen efforts. The target is to reduce the cost of hydrogen. For reducing the cost, we will proceed with efforts to expand the amount of the hydrogen used in the future. In the green growth strategy, which I will explain more detail later, the target amount of hydrogen will be used in 2030 was set as a maximum 3 million tons. And the target for long term was also set as 20 million tons in 2050. In order to realize such expansion of the usage of hydrogen amount, we will do our best not only for supply side, but also the demand side. As for the hydrogen supply, we will utilize hydrogen from overseas and domestic renewable energy hydrogen from 2030. For this reason, we will proceed with technological development and scale up. On the usage side, we will first expand fuel cell mobility. From automobiles, we will promote the use in ships in 2030 and in aircraft in 2050. In terms of electric power, hydrogen power generation will start in 2030. In the industrial field, we aim to put it into practical use by 2050. We will also promote the introduction of decentralized cogeneration. In any case, technological development is important. Especially in the next 10 years, we will actively invest in the technological development in order to gain a lot of knowledge. Next, I will explain NEDO's activities on hydrogen, especially about our flagship project, FH2R, the so-called Fukushima Hydrogen Valley project. In regards to hydrogen technologies, for many years, NEDO has taken a step-by-step approach, has been supporting Japanese companies through funding and project management. In 2009, we launched our residential fuel cell project on the Japanese market, and 400,000 have been installed since then. This makes Japan the #1 country in terms of residential fuel cells installation. By improving this technology, Toyota has launched the FC vehicle Mirai in 2014 for the first time. To support the enlargement of the market in 2015, Toyota made their patent on FCV open to everyone. As the final step, hydrogen from renewable energy will soon be generated widely, so it's a good time to move into the new age of hydrogen. Here is the history of hydrogen-related technologies by NEDO. In order to produce large volumes of hydrogen from renewables and to develop applications widely, global collaboration is very important. This is why NEDO has recently organized the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial Meeting every year since 2018. In the last year meeting, 18 ministers from various countries joined. The last 2 meetings were held online because of the corona pandemic, but I do hope that this year meetings can be held physically in Japan. This slide shows how the cost of the residential fuel cell was reduced gradually by the Japanese government support. After the commercialization of the residential fuel cell NFM in 2009, the Japanese government had quickly started the subsidy scheme to accelerate the development of NFM. As a result, more than 400,000 residential fuel cell units have been installed by 2021, and the price of the unit has gone down less than 1/3 of the price in 2009. After the commercialization of FC vehicle in 2014, the number of the FCV has not been increased dramatically. For further development or acceleration, NEDO and the industrial side thought that further performance improvement and cost reduction were required for the spread of FCVs. And FC would be installed not only in passenger cars, but also in heavy-duty vehicles such as heavy-duty trucks in the future. So recently, NEDO has promoted R&D projects of elemental technologies that enable to be operated under high temperature environment to improve the durability, to contribute to the cost reduction of high pressure hydrogen tanks, and so on, aiming for its practical use after 2030. FH2R demonstration projects will be conducted until 2023 by NEDO. Project members are Toshiba as project manager, Iwatani as hydrogen supplier, Asahi Kasei as electricity maker, and Tohoku Electric Company as an electricity operator. The project purpose is to development a hydrogen utilization business model that optimize the exploitation of hydrogen as both a commercial commodity and as an energy. Technically, it aims to realize a new control system that optimizes hydrogen production and supply with demand focusing for hydrogen. The project size is in Fukushima Prefecture. It is just 250 kilometers away from Tokyo. The site is always open for anyone to visit. Therefore, when you come to Japan after this corona pandemic, you may please consider to have a short trip to visit Fukushima Hydrogen Valley by simply requesting to us. Here is an overview of the project site. The total area is 22 hectares. The center premise has an electrolysis system which is powered by 20 megawatt PV power generation. There are hydrogen storage and supply facilities, and then hydrogen is carried from this facility by tank lorry for local usage. These facilities were completed in March 2020, and the demonstration will run until March 2023. This is inside of one of the facilities, where you can see the electrolysis conducted by Asahi Kasei. A maximum of 10 megawatt of hydrogen is produced by 20 megawatt of PV power. This means that 180 kilograms of hydrogen will be produced per hour, which corresponds to the complete hydrogen refueling of 30 to 40 Toyota Mirai models. We're going to increase the capacity of electrolysis up to 40 megawatt in the near future and possibly to 100 megawatt on the long term. This facility has many safety devices designed to avoid explosion. Many experiences gained from the long R&D history taught us how to reach explosion-proof and earthquake-proof status. Therefore, when hydrogen valleys will be deployed in many years, safety must be guaranteed, especially in Japan, that is a land of earthquakes. As a consequence, I believe that Japanese technology would contribute to realize the top-level safe hydrogen society in various countries. The renewable hydrogen supplied from this FH2R is used in various situations. For example, we used during the Tokyo's Olympic Games last year to show the future of the society with hydrogen. On other occasions, this hydrogen is used in the famous music festival or hydrogen colorways and so on to raise the public acceptance of hydrogen. As you may already know, in October 2020, the Japanese government declared its ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. To achieve this goal, the Ministry of Industry (METI) formulated the Green Growth Strategy through achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. To support R&D activity, NEDO started the Green Innovation Fund program. The fund size is over 14 billion for 10 years, which includes hydrogen R&Ds. To realize the net zero emission objective, NEDO is responsible of the huge fund called the Green Innovation Fund, as I just explained in the previous slide. By using this fund, we have started new hydrogen projects since last year. In these projects, we will implement an hydrogen or ammonia value chain with overseas partners. We will realize the scaling up of hydrogen production in domestic areas, and we will expand and use applications with overseas partners as well. Lastly, the current Japanese Prime Minister Kishida is very keen on tackling global warming. Therefore, a new policy called the Clean Energy Strategy is expected to be published this June or July. In addition to the previous strategy, this one will further strongly promote the realization of the hydrogen-based society that counters global warming, especially focusing on green transformation on demand side. Here is the conclusion for today. As I explained to you, in order to realize carbon neutrality, hydrogen is a key technology, and Japan has been strongly promoting it. However, it has just started market penetration, so we need to expand application and to improve technologies for the future development. And finally, our goal is to realize a low carbon energy system, and for that, NEDO has a strong interest in hydrogen economy Europe. So I am very happy to make a good communication with all of you taking these great opportunities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Kusunume.
Wow. Arigato, yeah. It was in Hungarian at the end. Köszönöm, thank you very much. The organizers just asked me to tell this very important information about the NEDO, which you just heard about. That the NEDO is also financing hydrogen projects in Europe, ladies and gentlemen, and its conditions are comparable to that of the EU funding systems and mechanisms. So Japan may be far away physically and geographically, but the helping hand is very close to Europe. So please contact the NEDO. Ladies and gentlemen, we just planned our lunch break for an hour. So if you could finish your meal in about 45 or 50 minutes, that would be great. And then we will continue our program. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. See you soon. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in our main hall. I hope you had the opportunity to take a closer look on this beautiful proving ground, automotive proving ground. In a way, this is the brain of the Hungarian automotive industry in terms of innovation and technology. And now, let me introduce you our next topic, which is the hydrogen value chain, ladies and gentlemen. Nowadays, having an idea, having a patent, having a new product is simply not enough. We have to think about the bigger picture. And our keynote speakers put everything into the bigger context, which is great. And where our idea, where our product fits in, this is the big question. This is especially true if our product is a new one and an expensive one, and we are working on making it cheap, making it available, making it popular. So hydrogen is the freedom element, and talking about value chains and the value chain of hydrogen is not something that would tie it down, but at the opposite, it is a kind of launch pad, the platform from which it can start away and fly, ladies and gentlemen, fly between civilizations, cultures, continents, and people. But now, let me introduce you our panelists, because the panel discussion is our next program. So please welcome from the MOL Group, the head of mobility, Tamás Cikora. Then, thank you very much. From the Hungarian Electricity Limited, the Group Technology Innovation Director from MVM, Zsolt Bertalan. In Hungarian Gas Storage Limited, the CEO, Ákos Kriston. Szabolcs Tóth, the Waberers Group Financial Director. And from our guests from the V4 countries, Petr Mervart, already you saw him on the stage, from the Czech Republic, as well as from the Slovakian Republic, Jan Weiterschütz. And representing Poland, Tomoho Umeda, the chairman of the National Chamber of Commerce, Hydrogen Technologies Committee, Hydrogen Poland. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of this panel discussion, or the CEO of our host today, the Hungarian Hydrogen Technology Association's CEO, Dr. Attila Nyikos, who's got this fantastic ringing bell to send us in.
Yes, Zoli, just one thing concerning the value chains, because we had a little discussion this morning, is that when exactly was that you bought for your wife a value chain?
I mean, a long time ago. I mean, we are together since more than 20 years, but I try my best to make it, to do it every other year, let's say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, it is personal experience. When I said my wife that I'm going to talk about the value chain, she told me that maybe you should buy me one. So, but by this getting down to business, my idea was that in this new industry, we walk our audience through this hydrogen value chain. It exists. It is different in the energy sector. It is different in the mobility sector. It's developing in time. It's developing in space. It's very different. And each of our panelists represent a stakeholder which is somehow changing course to hydrogen. It is situated hydrogen in their profit chain, but where? Where does hydrogen laying in it? Why there? Where will it move in 5 years? And because we are so numerous in this panel, and time is so limited, so I will try to focus my questions to each other's panelist specialty. So my question to MOL Group and to Mr. Cikora would be that what do you think, what are the main factors needed in Hungary and in the region to build up a working value chain in hydrogen-based mobility?
Okay, so thank you. And on one hand, I'm happy to be here. I went to high school in Zalaegerszeg, so it's the location I like a lot. So I think this question is quite complex, and of course a probably this is the question that we are trying to find the answer for in this conference as well. And a lot of things have been mentioned during the day as well. I think from my perspective, I would mention two main things. One is the subsidy side, which is quite important, and subsidy and the infrastructure side and the vehicle side as well, because from the the infrastructure side, we also made a lot of analysis and a lot of models, like how this could work and how to place the refueling and infrastructure is not just the refueling stations, but I would focus on this. So even if there is a demand for the first refueling stations, there is like a dedicated fleet of fuel cell buses or trucks, and you install a refueling station with existing demand, even then the subsidy need to get to a project of zero NPV is above 80% according to our calculations, because of the high capex and also due to the high operational and maintenance costs as well, and the low demand side, of course, because for 20 buses it's quite expensive to put a refueling station. On the other hand, 20 buses are quite expensive, so fuel cell buses. So I think that's one side. The other side, the vehicle, because, for example, if you look at the Hungarian strategy, the Hungarian hydrogen strategy, it states that by 2030 we will have 4,800 vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, and we did some calculations. For that, the capex need to purchase these vehicles, like the total investment cost, is above 2 billion euros to buy these vehicles, and you need some subsidy in the beginning, probably to be comparable to existing technologies, to battery electric vehicles or any other technologies. So these two, I think, super important. And on the other hand, this is only the money side. On the other hand, there are a lot of practical things as well, and I don't want to be into the details of range and all these things that we have been mentioned. I would like to stress like one point that we also analyzed a bit more. As in MOL Group, we have experience in the logistic value chain to fuel stations or service stations, as we call them. For example, a comparison with transporting fossil fuels, it's usually done by trailers to the service stations. And today, a trailer to a fuel station can transport 35,000 liters of fossil fuels, and this can power, let's say, a truck for 140,000 kilometers. So one trailer can power 140,000 kilometers. And in case of hydrogen, one trailer can transport around 300 to 1,000 kilograms of hydrogen. 1,000 is like a really top of the line at the moment, as I know. And that can power 5 to 10,000 kilometers in a fuel cell truck. So the difference is 20-30 times at the moment. And this is just one example, which is like very concrete. But we need to overcome this, that if you need to supply a hydrogen refueling station with trailers, the same amount of kilometers needs to be supplied 20-30 times more trailers, which is quite a challenge. So I think subsidies and practical topics are all important.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So how can we build up a hydrogen business case value chain in Eastern Europe, Zsolt, where there is generally, we know that not enough wind, PV availability is 10 to 15% of its technical capacity, little hydro, and cheap nuclear is used to keep electricity prices down. So what is your vision? What is your company's vision in that topic?
I think early in the morning, there have presentations about the topic whether we treat hydrogen as a third energy carrier or not. Some said that just because of the recent situation in the neighborhood in the Ukrainian war, maybe we can start talking about that this is the third energy carrier which will replace, let's say, the natural gas. But we heard lots of numbers, But let me say another one, that to replace 1 billion cubic meters of natural gas, we need more than 3 billion cubic meters of hydrogen, which is which might need, let's say, about 12 gigawatt of PV if we just would like to generate that amount based on PV, 12 gigawatt, which is a huge number, and also 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity. And it is these are huge numbers, but also if I mention that the capex of that is 7,000 billion, that's a huge number. So I mean, we can start discussing these issues as well. But on the other hand, what I always say that it's not about building renewables just to generate renewable hydrogen on the first place. So I think that the market should be demand pulled. So if we have demand for, particularly for green hydrogen, then of course it makes sense to start thinking about whether there is a business case behind that or not. According to our calculations, and some says that in this room as well, that the major factor in whether this is a financially viable business case or not, I mean, to generate green hydrogen, is based on how much the renewable electricity costs. Some says that 20 euro is the limit, and if you can see now what is the market price, it's way much above that. So this is a big question, and that's why everybody is thinking about how to somehow to overcome this gap, like subsidies. The big question whether there is a reasonable amount of subsidies which are really enough to make the business case financially viable or not at all today. Yes, the capacity or the unit cost of these technologies will be cheaper and cheaper. Everybody hopes that the same, let's say, curve we'll see in 10 years than what we have seen in terms of the PVs, the panels, like 15% per year. The price is decreasing. We'll see. It might help for sure. But what I'm saying is that it should be a demand pool market and not a supply pushed.
Yes, thank you. Akos, this morning I observed that you came with a hydrogen fuel cell car, and you are the CEO of the National Gas Storage Company. When you have invested a vast amount of money into that business, what was in your head, or what is your future plans? What is your perspective that why you choose this, and whether you have thought about the value chain that you are going to build, or how that value chain will evolve in time?
Thank you, Attila, and thank you also for the invitation. So to answer the question, basically, I think we have to first think about what our company does, and just really a little bit of introduction, just in a nutshell. So Hungarian gas storage is storing gas underground, but that doesn't mean that we have holes underground, but we have rock caverns, basically. So porous rock, like 1 or 2 kilometer deep in the ground, and we have wells, and we pump the natural gas basically into the stones, into the little like holes or porous holes, but you cannot see with your eyes, basically. So that's what we are doing. So we are very important part of the Hungarian gas system, and we have 4 storage sites as Hungarian gas storages. And one of the sites is in Kardoskút, which is in the Hungarian plain. That's the smallest site. And that site has the specialty that there is 1 or 2, let's say, separate part of the reservoir. And we thought that if we have the infrastructure and we work with really high pressures, meaning underground there's like 150 bars of pressure, we have the pipes, we have natural gas, perhaps we can use the hydrogen, and we can go into the hydrogen business using our infrastructure. And we choose the Kardoskút site to establish our project because of, as I said, there's in the future perhaps there's the possibility to store the hydrogen underground. And if I talk about storing hydrogen underground, then I'm thinking about tens of millions of cubic meters. And basically, 2 years ago, we formed the project called Aquamarine. That's a project whereby we intend to buy electrolyzers, 2 megawatt of electrolyzers, and using electricity and water, we produce hydrogen. And then the question is, what will we do with the hydrogen? We have gas-fired compressors with which we inject the gas into our storages, into the reservoirs, so we can burn the hydrogen, hopefully, in our compressors. That's one thing. The other is that we will have, let's say, temporary storage facility whereby we can fill it basically into tanks and we can sell some of this hydrogen. And last but not least, we can just inject it into the high pressure grid, so the Hungarian transmission system operators grid. So basically these are the 3 methods whereby we can use it. But our goal is basically, and I think we have a little bit of different view on hydrogen on the business model. So what we would like to achieve is to operate the electrolyzers only, let's say, only when there is excess electricity in the system. So basically, we would like to use the excess electricity, and we would like to get money for that. Basically, we would like to use ourselves as a balancing capacity. And last but not least, we will get hydrogen. And if we can get some money for the hydrogen, that's very good. So I think this is a bit different use. So we don't produce hydrogen because we can sell it or do something with it. But what we would like to do is we would like to be a balancing or ancillary service provider for mobile or for the electricity trading companies. And I think in 5, 10, 15 years, my idea is to do it in large scale, because let's say in 1 year, when our facility will be running, basically in 1 hour we can produce like 400 normal cubic meters of hydrogen, which is, let's say, nothing. If you use like 2 megawatt of electricity that you can take out from the system, that's basically nothing, almost nothing. But we can test it. We can test our facility, how all the steel and how the fittings can treat hydrogen and the mixture of hydrogen and natural gas. And we can just, improve our business model if we can. But my goal is that in let's say 10, 15 years time, we can store a lot of hydrogen underground, and we can do, let's say, a seasonal balancing, meaning when you have a lot of excess electricity from PV, from wind, from whatever, we can store it underground and take it, let's say, out in winter and somehow give it back to the electricity system, which is at the moment, let's say it has like a maximum 30% efficiency, which is, again, not much, but I hope it will improve on the long term.
Thank you very much. I would turn to Szabolcs, and we are getting back on a track for road haulage. You represent Hungary's one of the largest, if not the largest, road haulage company. When you thought about your renewable program and hydrogen program in the truck industry, what was in your head? What was your financial director, if I'm not wrong? What was your perception of the value chain? Where would your company's this activity fit in your company's overall activity in Europe?
Thank you very much for the question. As you mentioned, I'm representing Waberers. That is one of the largest transportation and logistics company in Europe. We are operating more than 3,000 trucks and more than 200,000 of square meters of warehouses. So we really have a big footprint on the ecology. That means that we feel responsible for our environment, and what we what we understood that we can really make steps that have an effect on environment-friendly solutions. Starting with what Zsolt mentioned, that hydrogen has to be demand-driven technology. What I can confirm, as Waberers is connecting the infrastructure companies and the energy companies to the end clients, so the end customers, I can confirm as a logistics company representative that there is a huge demand for carbon-friendly solutions from the global and local customers of Waberers, so of logistics companies. What these companies are requiring is efficiency. So logistics is about efficiency, both financial efficiency and operational efficiency. Why we are committed to hydrogen technology? That as a company who heavily invested in the past into environmentally friendly technologies, during implementing battery based electric solutions, LNG solutions, we all experience with regards of these technologies, the different limitations, the compromises, and all of these compromises and all of these limitations are against the financial and the operational efficiency. Why we are committed again to hydrogen, that's what we experience, that at least the operational efficiency factors are all ticked to hydrogen. So what trucking or logistics is about, what is important is the range of the vehicle, the payload of the vehicle, the charging time of the vehicle, and the whole operation and the whole refueling and energy sources has to be in line with the timetable of the operation. In case of all these factors, I can tell you that hydrogen is optimal. We had a chance to visit a Swiss operation. In Switzerland, there is a quite efficient operation where we could see that hydrogen is really practical. Dozens of truckers are using the technology in their daily life. They don't have to have any compromise regarding the operation. The range is quite sufficient. The payload, due to the much smaller battery in the truck, is equal to the diesel operation, and the charging time, that is in case of a battery-based electrification, can take 10 to 12 hours. In case of hydrogen, it is 5 to 7 minutes. So again, it's a big advantage. Again, regarding charging, it's not only about the time horizon of the charging of the vehicle, but can you imagine a big logistics center where we are operating 40, 50 trucks, and all of them has to be charged during the night? With battery-based operation, it is impossible to charge in one time 50 trucks. It needs so huge electricity contingent, or it's almost impossible to arrange. So one or two test vehicles we can provide to the customers, but with a huge operation, it is almost impossible. So what just to summarize the operational efficiency, I can tell you that hydrogen seems to be the most efficient way of trucking and transportation. That is essential for our customers and for us as a logistics company. The only missing element that we have mentioned several times during this conference is the financial efficiency. So that is the missing point, that currently the technology is extremely expensive. So once we find a solution to have economies of scale of production of fuel cell and hydrogen fueled vehicles, and once the hydrogen itself will reach a competitive level of cost, I think the whole market will switch to the only operationally efficient technology of hydrogen. So that's why we are that's why we are supporting this technology, and that's why we push with all our power this technology to widespread.
Thank you. Peter, does a seaside or sea offshore wind-based or cheap hydro-based hydrogen value chain in EU member states is different from landlocked Visegrad countries' value chain? Do you think that there is a sea-based value chain and there is an Eastern European or Middle European value chain, or I am wrong totally in that aspect?
No, I already mentioned it during my presentation because we have very specific position in regards of renewable energy. And let's say this is also my small fight with European Union because today we have that Additionality Act, which is not very, it's soft. If I say that, it's not very favorable for us, for let's say inland countries, because we really need to combine a lot of sources of energy to improve our or increase the utilization of electrolyzers. And this is not easy, because if you connect it only to solar, you have a problem. If you connect it only to wind turbines, you have again the problem. So our plan is really to combine solar, wind, and nuclear energy in one chain and produce the hydrogen based on that. Definitely, our aim is to produce low carbon hydrogen. So we are not going to produce the hydrogen which is made from natural gas or which is made from the coal. And I'm talking with a lot of people because they are telling me that we should do that, that it's easy and it's cheap. But on the other hand, if we are trying to replace Russian natural gas by hydrogen, it's nonsense to do it by hydrogen made from natural gas, because you cannot replace natural gas with something which is made from the natural gas. So we have this specific situation and we need to work on that. And the only solution for me, from my point of view, is really to combine several sources of energy.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Jan, what do you think, what will be crucial for a broader hydrogen ecosystem deployment after the first deployment phase in Central Europe, after the first pilot projects hub? What's the next step?
Yeah, we are talking about efficiency, economical, technical efficiency. So, as I mentioned in the morning, the first stage is about incentives. But after the first stage must come a really market-oriented economy in hydrogen, and we need cheap hydrogen and in big volume. So my map from the morning says everything that we need to be connected. And the most promising and the most valuable way how to connect is through the pipes. Imagine one pipe, transmission pipe with diameter 1.2 meter can hold or transport as such much energy as 6 or 8 high voltage lines across Europe. And imagine, maybe you know that Germany has a project to connect northern part of Germany with southern part with 3 lines, high voltage lines, and they are not able to finish this project because there are a lot of problems with lands, with properties, with nobody wants to build a high tower in their backyards. So I think that we should and we must use existing pipe grid to move or to transport energy in the carrier of hydrogen. So this is my answer, how we can proceed after 2030.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And talking about the period after 2030, my question to Tomoho would be that how would you describe the final landscape of hydrogen in Poland in 2050? You are a man of visions. What is your vision for that?
Okay, first of all, I think the hydrogen, we shouldn't talk about hydrogen's value chain. We should talk about value chain with hydrogen as one of the pearls in this value chain. Yes, because hydrogen, as I mentioned before, is not a final product, and it will not be a final product. The final product is the the energy that must power whatever we do, our transport, our industry, our households, our cities. This is exactly what we should focus on. So what will determine the value chain and the size of installation where hydrogen is produced is not, of course, the hydrogen, but it's renewables. And why renewables, and why I'm talking all the time about off-grid systems? Because if we read Delegated Act that was published 1 week ago, we can see the criteria of certification of renewability of green hydrogen, yes, renewable hydrogen. And it says that you cannot use the existing renewable energy sources to produce hydrogen, even if you have excess energy. Why? Because that must prevent the cannibalism of energy production and hydrogen production. So you have to create dedicated renewable power sources to produce renewable hydrogen. This is very important to understand. Otherwise, if we think about excess energy in the system that we can produce hydrogen, yes, we can, but it's not going to be green one. It's not going to be renewable one, and it's not going to be certified. So companies that are using this hydrogen will not be able to prove the guarantees of origin that their clients are demanding for. Yes, this is very important to understand this. So we have to be very, very strict how we produce this hydrogen. What is the role? And the hydrogen is not the final product. Then what we have to produce together with hydrogen, for example, in our part of Europe, we are blessed with seasons. Yes, so we can think about how our heating, district heating, municipal heating systems can be decarbonized by using hydrogen. Our approach in Poland is not to use hydrogen as a fuel for heating, but let's use the operational heat of electrolysis. Let's pump it up with heat pumps, or let's use the solid oxide electrolyzers with 700 degrees Celsius of operational heat. That's absolutely enough to power up the low temperature lines in the heat grid. And in the winter, we have to collect the hydrogen from the summer. This sounds weird, but if heating contract is paying back the capex of electrolyzer, the hydrogen is a byproduct. Yes, it's very simple. If this is a byproduct, that means that it's only relates on operational cost because depreciation of capex was already paid by heating contract, and operational cost of electrolysis of hydrogen based on owned renewables is almost, let's say, very, very low. So we can use it as a storage for the winter. So the size of installation, size of renewables, and size of electrolyzer should be fit in the lowest possible production of renewables in the year, and then we have a lot of excess energy to use it for another purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the clock and I see that we still got 5 minutes to go, which is a very rare occasion to ask questions from the, I will call you the magnificent set, if you would permit this little phrase. So the floor is open for, I think, 1 or 2 questions we can handle. And please also, when you speak up, tell that who you are and which company you represent. And please tell that from whom you would like to hear the answer to your question. So the floor is open for 1 or 2 questions, please. Yep, I give you the micro.
Thank you very much. My name is Marianic. I'm from EIT Urban Mobility. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for such a wonderful event. And the question I have is related to the region and to the last thing that we heard from Mr. Hueda from Poland. So if we look at the taxonomy and we look at the energy policy in Europe, and regarding the hydrogen, and this is for any of you, what is the specific advantage and disadvantage of this region of V4 countries that we're facing?
I'm okay. Talking about the region is too hard for me because I don't know specific situation of Hungary, Slovak, and Czech Republic. So I can tell something only about Poland. Yes. So in Polish value chain, also I didn't mention about this, but after renewables we have battery energy storage and then electrolyzer that heating up the heating grid. And why I'm talking about the heating grid, because this is the fastest way how to decarbonize. But battery energy storage is very important because in Poland we have capacity market, and capacity market is paying back the capex of battery energy storage. So battery energy storage is stabilizing on daily basis profile of renewable energy, which helps a lot for electrolysis and heating. So specific regulatory conditions, that's the one thing, and seasonal conditions, because when we are talking about heating system, which is the key in Poland, we have 170 gigawatts of installed heating in Poland and only 51 gigawatts of electricity. It's very important to know that. So if we decarbonize heating in this way, that also means that we start to use the hydrogen as an energy storage, a seasonal energy storage system, as well as peak source of heat when it's a minus 25, for example, and waste heat is not enough and pump heat is not enough. Then we can use this hydrogen hydrogen engines, hydrogen combustors, or I don't know, solid oxide fuel cells, for example. So this seasonal structure really helps when you start from the heating, and the heating business is the key. If we want to establish hydrogen only with renewables because we have renewables, so we have idea, let's make the hydrogen. No, it's not gonna work, never. In Poland, I don't know, maybe here in Hungary will be better with the weather, I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We got still 1.5 minutes for us for a second. A very, very quick question, maybe a yes or no question. If there are no more questions, then I will thank our panelists for the preparation for the work that they prepared for this event. And I would like also to thank our audience for the question. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you at our next conference.
Thank you very much for all the panelists, and thank you very much for Attila for the professional hosting and moderation of this panel discussion. Thank you very much. And now we will continue with our some of other keynote speakers, and we will focus on the mobility sector, because they are tech providers, so representative of great tech providers, and we invited very knowledgeable people to tell us some novelties from the present and from maybe the future technology. And as far as I know, our guest from the Siemens Mobility has to catch a plane, so as a second speaker we will change a bit the order. Let me start with Mr. Zsolt Benedek from Linde, and then a few words on the expert views on clean hydrogen opportunities, and then we will continue with our guest from the Siemens Mobility, if it's okay for you. But now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Zsolt Benedek from Linde.
Is it okay? Okay. Now it's switched on. Thank you very much for the words, and welcome everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zsolt Benedek, and I'm representing a service provider company. Well, I will tell you later what we are doing here. But let me start first with a potentially bit provocative sentence, one foo, and please just digest it in the very beginning, and I will come back to this point some minutes later. So what I want to say here, that hydrogen mobility, which is our major topic today, cannot exist without a sustainable hydrogen ecosystem. So basically, the sentence was very well explained just a few seconds or few minutes ago by all the colleagues, basically, who was talking about sustainability technical, financial, economical sustainability of hydrogen systems. But let's again come back to this a little bit later. First, just a few words about Linde's, my company's engagement in the field of hydrogen. Without going to the very deep details, we are really active, very much active on basically all field or all elements of the value chain. So from the production, different kind of, we are the biggest, let's say, gray hydrogen producers in the country, in the region. These are steam reforming technology from natural gas in an industrial range. We are also building electrolyzers, or affiliate company is producing these electrolyzers. Also, we are also active in carbon capture, so CO2 capture from different sources. Also, well, I mean, lot of experience we have in transportation, storage, and material usage of compatible with hydrogen, and also active and more active on the field of mobility or fueling, refueling. So these topics are coming more and more into the focus of our activity, which is not our field, is the end using. So that's clearly something which we are not having the so much expertise or so much experience as in the other areas. But this is also something we are focusing on. So that's something about my background or my company's background. So you can see that the perspective where we see this whole potential or in the hydrogen business is something which is not only one focus point, but quite many. So that's why I would like to highlight a bit how we, as you can say, technology provider, main producer, see the future or the close future of green and clean hydrogen and the whole the business. So first of all, and this is the utmost important thing that we have to state in the very beginning, that hydrogen is not the ultimate goal. It's not the final target. It's a tool. It's a very valuable, very important tool to reach the target. What is the decrease of the CO2 emission in the globe? So that's yes, I'm confident that hydrogen is a most contributor for that, to reaching of that goal, but not the target. So where can we decrease the CO2 emission? Obviously, when the CO2 is rising. Where the CO2 is rising mainly, this is typically the ammonia production, the refineries, the fertilizer production, steel mills, importantly, and of course the chemical industry, the plastic production, the synthetic material production. Shall we start with putting everywhere green hydrogen, or shall we start with something which we can decrease the CO2 emission? I think it's clear that if it's possible, if it makes viable, then the first target should be to try to decrease the CO2 as much as possible, and then as a second step or a following action, we can continue with the clean hydrogen introduction. How does it look, or what is the perspective of there is a lot of debates whether the sourcing of this green hydrogen or clean hydrogen sources, namely the electrolyzers, is should it be centralized or decentralized? Or commercial or business perspective is certainly that we need to integrate it. We need to try to condense it in close to the major consumers. in order to lower the capex and the opex, or the specific cost of such a plant. So I think this is quite obvious things if you can compress it into or condense it to some few locations that you can reach a lower cost level. This is, of course, the question of the debate between the hydrogen valley idea or valleys idea versus the isolated small size electrolyzers. What I also wanted to state that the hydrogen usage of hydrogen mobility alone, in its own, cannot maintain the base load even for that big electrolyzer sources. So alone mobility will not solve the problem. That's for sure. So this is a side action should be to the other already mentioned directions. I have a slightly different view on transport visions. So our view was in that for a shorter distances from this centralized electrolyzers or centralized green hydrogen sources, for short distances, the pipeline is a good idea and a good way. For medium distances, the classical trailer or pressurized gas trailers is the best and most effective way of transport, and only for long distances, which is not the case in all countries. In the Visegrad countries, I believe, the liquefied hydrogen is the solution. About mobility, business view on mobility, or at least our view on mobility, is that the main focus should not be the personal vehicles. This is something which we consider as a secondary step. Main focus should be on commercial vehicles, heavy machinery like trucks, buses, trains, whatever you can call, forklifts, importantly, and basically around a certain transport corridors or cities, in cities, or industry parks services. So this is the typical best usage of the mobility. What are the main challenges what we do have, or what we are facing into? Obviously, I mean, clearly everyone is interested on producing hydrogen, but basically no one has a real off-taker idea. So if anyone can produce hydrogen, green hydrogen even, but what to do with this green hydrogen later on, this is even more difficult question, and this question is never or very rarely answered by those ones who are ready to produce big volumes of hydrogen. So that's a challenge. And the other challenge, as we heard already several times today, that the availability of the renewables energy, which is also not an obvious thing, that in all countries we are so rich on those. Let's look at it from the commercial sustainability perspective. I just made a very simple comparison without having real prices or numbers, but just a ratio about between the steam reforming technology, so what we call typically is the gray or eventually blue. If it's recycled CO2, if it's recycled, then we call it blue, but it's still considered as natural gas-based hydrogen production, which is the current industrial big size of hydrogen is produced from. So here the main contributors of the cost, or basically price, is the main one is obviously the natural gas price, and more and more the carbon tax. So what's what will be the cost, or what is the actual cost of CO2 emission, and what will be the cost of CO2 emission in the coming years? Versus we have the electrolyzers, the hydrogen produced for electrolyzers, what we depending on which energy we are using, we can call it green or yellow. The main contributors of the cost price is the electrical power price. Presently, you can see here that the difference is quite big. I mean, the electrolyzer's hydrogen is 3 times more expensive than the conventional natural gas-based hydrogen. The only thing which keeps it in balance is currently the subsidy. So which we can agree that it will be a forever given thing. So I believe that the whole business case should stand in its own feet. It should be self-sustaining and should bring a positive NPV. Otherwise, it will not be a long run business. Despite of the I'm running out of time. Sorry. Despite of the all these difficulties and all these challenges, we in the Linde Group, we are convinced that this is we can. I mean, together with the Visegrad countries, we can basically come over all these problems or challenges, and we are ready. And I'm full confidence on. I have full confidence on that we are ready to step further on the way of the green and clean hydrogen way. As you can see, we have several solutions already, and all these solutions are under continuous development. So it is bringing more and more benefit for all of us, which we are ready to continue. And last but not least, talking about mobility, I have to mention that still we have the first and still the only one hydrogen fueling station in Budapest, in our headquarters, which is still not a commercial fueling station, but again, the only 350 and 70 bar fueling station operated so far in Hungary. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
We thank you for this presentation to Zsolt Benedek. Thank you very much. I mean, this filling station played a crucial role during a demo run, ladies and gentlemen. We had actually in the Hungarian Budapest public transport a hydrogen-powered bus for, let's say, 3 weeks, and the public received it very, very positively. So we already had some experiments on this one. So let us continue with the representative of the Siemens Mobility, ladies and gentlemen. A few words about the sustainable and emission-free railway mobility by hydrogen, the Miro Plus H. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jochen Steinbauer.
So, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk to you briefly about this latest product of Siemens Mobility. It's a nice and fancy train. We call it Miro Plus H. The H is for the hydrogen, of course. But let us put the focus on 3 issues when we talk about hydrogen. So the first aspect is what we need to mention. It was already raised this morning and the presentations before. What is more important, demand or consumption? Demand or production? So what comes first, chicken and egg? This is the main principal problem. And therefore, these trains that require a lot of hydrogen and consume a lot of hydrogen, they provide a significant advantage. Because we know very well what this train at which time, at which day consumes. So the consumption is absolutely predictable. And this is so important for getting this hydrogen economy started. So we know the consumption, and the providers like Linde and the others can exactly deliver the hydrogen we require. So this gets this complete business started. So that's the first aspect. The second aspect, okay, it's not a high sophisticated technology to design and construct such a hydrogen train. But the today's future and tomorrow's future requires more than a nice looking hydrogen train. It requires innovations, and it requires that we cover the aspects of tomorrow. So what are the aspects of tomorrow? If we look to Germany, there's the €9 ticket, so you can take the mobility, the railway mobility, urban and regional traffic for €9 per month. This is amazing. It's really amazing. So, but the situation is as follows. The trains are overcrowded, and it requires more trains. It requires shorter headways, and it requires trains that are more powerful, that can better accelerate and keep the shorter time schedules. So it's about providing a train, a hydrogen train, of course, that provides value add even to this situation. Meaning more powerful trains, more acceleration, a better speed. And this is exactly what we did with the Mireo Plus H. And the third aspect is there's, of course, the rumor hydrogen trains or hydrogen technology is a very complex technology. It's innovative, but it's complex. Complexity means it's costly. So, of course, this is a rumor, because when we only look to the capex, it is definitely like the situation that the hydrogen trains are more costly than a diesel train. But it's not the end of the story. We have to consider the whole lifetime of the train, of example, 30 years. And when you remember your diesel car, you go to service one time a year and you go for 10, 20,000 kilometers a year. Diesel train takes the 20,000 kilometers per month. So the maintenance effort for these moving parts in your diesel engines are enormous. And when we look to the hydrogen train, there are no moving parts. So the only bottleneck is the hydrogen fuel cell or the stacks. So when do we have to exchange the stacks and, of course, the battery? And that's the reason why we as Siemens Mobility, and I skip to the next slide, put this Mireo Plus H onto the stage. And we put the emphasis exactly on reducing the life cycle costs, not only the capex, but also the life cycle costs. And this is important. And that's the reason why Siemens Mobility spent $10 million in developing a complete next generation of fuel cell systems from together with our Canadian company and partner Ballard. So reducing the life cycle cost means extending the exchange intervals of these stacks. We're also using LTO technology, which is a very robust and powerful technology for the batteries. And of course, we introduced silicon carbide technology. We introduced a new smart energy management system so that we keep the operational costs as well as the maintenance costs as low as possible. But of course, it's still a complex but innovative technology, and the capex are of course higher than for a diesel train. But at the end of the day, the total cost of ownership are today already, when considering the hydrogen price of about €5 per kilogram, at the same level as for a diesel train. So there's absolutely no reason anymore to buy diesel trains and to get them into operation. But what we need to start even this economy, this hydrogen economy, also on the railway mobility, is to introduce pilot projects. And this is a pilot project we do together with the Deutsche Bahn in Germany and the German Ministry of Transport. The German Ministry of Transport is spending €15 million for this dedicated project. And it's about not only the train and the service, as we from Siemens Mobility do, but it's about, and this is the job from Deutsche Bahn, producing the green hydrogen out of the green power running already through the overhead catenary system. So you can imagine there are great junctions, and from these great junctions, there are branch lines to the suburban regions that are not electrified. But at these main junctions, the main lines are electrified. And almost, I think 60% of the power is already green in Germany, running through the overhead catenary system. So we can easily produce green hydrogen out of the power running through the overhead catenary system. And this is a new concept, and I like it very much. So it's a mobile hydrogen production system, a hydrogen storage system, and of course the dispenser system that can be introduced there. And this is a pilot project, and this will definitely be a push to the railway mobility. But it's not the only project we as Siemens Mobility did. So we started this business with hydrogen trains already in 2017, did some testing. So when we started in 2017, we could not even spell the word fuel cell or hydrogen. So we had no idea about this. So we had to start and playing around with the fuel cell, doing the testing, and we optimized the interaction of the different subsystems. And we entered 2020 the project with Deutsche Bahn. And when we did it, and this will be in the southern part of Germany, then the Minister of Bavaria came to us and told us, oh, you cannot do this. So without considering Bavaria, so we had to do the same more or less in Bavaria. And recently we were awarded for the first project. So this business is already getting started in Germany, and we are really proud of this sequence of success stories. And this is even the last word. There is no excuse for doing the same in other countries. It's about to introduce pilot projects that get this business started. The trains are now available. They are reality. We have presented the first train from Siemens Mobility some 4 weeks ago. And you will also see this nice train at the Coneference Exhibition in Berlin in September. And we are really happy, and we would be the partner for even the first projects in all these countries we are talking about, with the first projects, with the first initiatives to start this hydrogen economy on the railway mobility sector. So we are ready. It's about us to introduce these trains. So, and finally, the train is, I like it very much because it has a fancy design, but the technology is, of course, really, really innovative. And we did not do just focusing on using simple technology, which is available, but we just advanced this technology and put a lot of innovations in this technology, in this train. And that's the reason why I think this is a very, very future-oriented train. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope we could just tease in this business for railway mobility and made you curious on just starting even the initiatives in your dedicated country. Thank you very much.
Jochen, thank you very much. We can't wait to be a passenger on one of your fantastic trains. Beautiful skin, but what's under the skin, it's even more fascinating and amazing. Thank you very much. I know exactly some very important guys from the world of car racing are a big fan of public transport, like the 2016 Formula 1 world champion Nico Rosberg uses the train very, very frequently, or Sebastian Vettel also uses train or buses. So these kind of solutions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a few words about development activities in the domestic introduction of fuel cell buses and some future plans. We will hear about these plans from the Intertanker Holding, and I kindly ask our next speaker representing the Intertanker Holding, György Páczai.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the representative for ITK Holding, Intertanker Holding. This firm is constructing, organizing city and suburb traffic. Thank you. Traffic, transportation, and during this process, I will discuss very shortly about the history and the new plans for the future. Sorry, how can I? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. About very shortly about our philosophy of the firm, that is we use the so-called free. We believe in the environmental protection and also the organizing for the free mobility and together with the people. Yes. For the responsibility and also the spring, I mean that renewable innovation in our work. Very important for us, the experience, then the commitment, and our values are the stability, quality, trust, human, personality, value approach, variability, future-oriented, and dynamism also as well. So the structure of the firm is containing several firms. Among others, they are organizing the city and suburb transport also, and also developing new electric battery-based or even fuel cell-based buses. In Hungary at the moment, we have several places where the firm is present, like in Komárom-Esztergom County, Székesfehérvár City, Szászhalombatta, and so on. The most important places for us is Debrecen, where also a small plant is also constructed for the construction of diesel-fueled and nowadays also electric-driven buses. The structure, we have some integration aim or work also development and production and also info communication for in this field. Oh, maybe I go back, sorry. The transport integration operation function mainly in Debrecen, Budapest and Kecskemét cities. You see here our fossil fuel driven buses in cooperation with the Mercedes-Benz from Germany. And also in Székesfehérvár, 60, Komárom-Esztergom County, and also for the Hungarian Swimming Alliance, we have also buses for that. And the new products are for this development, the so-called reform trademark, which containing the evolution, force, optimum, reaction, and mobility for this latter. And in the near future, we will construct some electric buses with batteries and started also for the development of fuel cell forced or driven buses. Here are our buses in cooperation with the Mercedes-Benz for the 500 and the 501 and the 600 for the city buses and also suburb buses in our country. And also we have some products for the smaller size like service cars, commute, schools, and so on. There is a small bus manufacturing factory in Debrecen city, and in our plans we have to enlarge it to build a bigger one for higher production rates, including also the buses with electric driven batteries and in near future, hopefully, with the fuel cells. You see our plan in Debrecen, the new factory will coming soon. And we have some problems, economical problems with the bus manufacturing in Hungary, for example, logistical problems, delivery chains, energy crisis, and even the war, that base material components trade cheap and aluminum and PVC and wood, and also in case of accumulator drive, some inflation, exchange rate changes, financial support, and also training. Bus manufacturing challenges today also in the market, like product liability, the prices, the secondary market effect of lack of labor, pandemic on market effect of industry 4.0 program in Hungary on market, the competitiveness of Hungarian vehicle industry in EU, and increasing ratio of recycled materials, changing to electric drive in European big cities, and also general expectation of weight reduction and cost reduction as well. There are also some technical challenges like stressing rules, changes in drive system, like hybrid systems, auxiliary electric drive system, natural gas-driven engines, and so on. And also problems with battery-driven electric buses, like procurements, costs, fueling infrastructure, heating, air condition, and so on. And the last new plans in our firm are the fuel cell electric vehicles construction. For that, we started a new project. In this project, there are Hungarian partners and also foreigner partners. And in our plans, we try to construct as soon as possible a new city or suburb for suburb transport buses. The aim is proton exchange membrane, fuel cells, electric bus production for city and suburb transport. We will develop a modern city and suburb bus in near future, hopefully. Home added value will be between 40 and 60% for the development of an environmentally friendly, efficient traffic element. Project leader is one of the firms holding so-called Intertraction Electric KFC. We have a cooperation with foreign partners to build a 100 kilowatt capacity fuel cell into our developed bus structure in the future. And of course, after successful development, we plan mass production of these buses. we can say that there are several problems according to this. The first already discussed today was how to produce hydrogen with an acceptable price. And you see on the slide that there are several types of hydrogen production depending from various color. Of course, the green hydrogen, one of the most important because it will develop from water electrolysis, and then the environmental effect is very small or not very big, but small one. So we think also about the production of hydrogen nearby the bus terminals and even that. And you see here the accepted hydrogen production cost in future for green, gray, and blue hydrogen, which could be, as already discussed, maybe about $1 per kilogram of hydrogen. So summarizing the information, we can say that there is a Hungarian company in Debrecen starting producing development of electric and also, according to this, fuel cell driven bus for suburb and city transport, and in cooperation with EU and other countries in the world. The efficiency, the capacity will be about 100 kilowatt, and hopefully this project will be successfully fulfilled in near future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for the introduction of this company. Thank you very much for György Pácsai. And now we continue with another topic on mobility, ladies and gentlemen, because there is the AVL company who develops a lot of smart and very interesting solutions in the mobility sector. But what about the hydrogen? Are they developing some solutions, technological solutions with hydrogen technology? We will have the answer in the next few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the AVL Hungary, Adam Szigeti.
So thank you very much for the floor, and a warm welcome to everyone. We're at home with AVL here at AVL Zala Zone, but I will get into that in a minute. So first of all, just a little bit about AVL. AVL was founded in 1984, so a long time ago. Our headquarters is in Graz, Austria. We have currently 12,000 employees globally at 46 we have 46 affiliates around the world, and you'll be glad to know that Hungary is our number 2 location globally. We have 4 sites in Hungary, one of them being Zala Zone. So here AVL is renting the Zala Zone proving ground and operating it. But also, if you look to the other side, you can see our brand new AVL Hungary. Oh, thank you. Our brand new AVL Hungary building, which is 100% owned by AVL Hungary. And there we provide you with all kinds of engineering services related to the testing ground. We are also in Budapest at the Budapest Science Park next to the Technical University. And also we have a new campus in Érd, just outside of Budapest. We're planning to build up 1,000 people there. So it's a very strong new campus with all the new technologies that are coming along, so batteries and hydrogen. And also, I'm going to show you one slide at the end in Kecskemét. That's our new tech center that's focusing only on hydrogen. So all the services and products I'm going to show you are accessible also in Hungary via our Kecskemét tech center. So we are basically involved in all sorts of transportation development. On the left-hand side, you can see basically all the types of vehicles we are working with. And you'll be glad to know that we have a hydrogen solution for all these types of vehicles. Also, again, if you look at Hungary, AVL is quite big. So we have powertrain engineering development platforms. That's basically the test benches AVL is very famous about. And then AST simulation and testing. AVL Hungary is 90% powertrain engineering. So those would be the services again you can reach here. But also about AVL Hungary, we very much part of not just the Hungarian innovation ecosystem, but also part of very seriously of the global AVL innovation system. We filed, for example, last year, almost 20 patents here in Hungary. So with that, we are, I think, number 3 or number 2 from all the companies within Hungary. So basically, as AVL Global, we do everything when it comes to mobility. When it comes to AVL Hungary, we focus much more on the powertrain engineering. So AVL, as you can tell, was founded as an engineering company that's mainly focusing on the internal combustion engine. And due to the technological changes that are coming along, AVL is also facing a huge technological change. So we are very much going into the new technologies, meaning hydrogen and batteries. So these are the 2 options we are currently working on. One of them is the AVL hydrogen internal combustion engine. This is the solution I'm going to talk mostly about today, but you'll be glad to know, of course, we are working with our own fuel cell systems and technologies. We recently purchased a fuel cell company in Canada, in Vancouver, so we also have our own stack now, and that's what we are offering with all the engineering services. Okay, so if you look at this slide, just a little bit of a background to why we are doing this and why there's a huge demand on the market. You also had on a video a DG, I think DG Mobility or DG Energy from the European Commission. And she said, that was also surprising to me, that by 2035, in the European Union, CO2 must be reduced to 90% when it comes to mobility. I have another basically a graph that shows you greenhouse gases at the bottom. You can also see the US targets there, but when it comes to greenhouse gases altogether, the target is to reduce them with 30% by 2030. So it's very close. It's only 8 years that are left to reach this target. And I think the European Commission is pushing very hard, both companies and countries, to be able to reach this target. So what are the solutions we're working on? First of all, so this is our current status on the AVL hydrogen engine. We have a multi-point injection engine at the moment. You can see the efficiency there. It's all working with compressed hydrogen at the moment. Also, there is a low pressure direct injection engine available with a little bit better efficiency. And of course, there's the high pressure direct injection option as well. So this is our current status. We are developing all these solutions further. And of course, the goal is, as you can see on the right-hand side, to go into liquefied hydrogen options or solutions. It's still coming up, but I think we are on a very good track. So what are the advantages of the hydrogen internal combustion engine? First of all, you carry over all the engine-based components, the powertrain, and the whole vehicle architecture. Also, from this, you can tell that time to market is very low, so you don't need big changes in the car in order to make it run on hydrogen. That's also helping reaching the European targets. Also, durability and robustness when it comes to heavy duty. And of course, the TCO, the total cost of ownership, comes down to a very low number when you adapt your car from a normal ICE to a hydrogen ICE. So yeah, this is also to our current status. So basically, to summarize it, the AVL approach is to keep everything that we can from a normal car in order to reduce the cost of ownership. And basically, with the current developments, we are reaching post Euro 6 emission rates or Euro 7 emission rates. And what we are exhibiting today, you have a virtual reality glass just here in the corner, and you can see into the world's first heavy duty multiple injection engine. I have a colleague there who can show you that. That's an AVL solution that should be on the market by September. So, and then this is our fuel cell portfolio. So going into the other solution, all the AVL products and services we are offering in fuel cell. I'm not going to go into detail here. Yes, but you can look around, and I'll also have colleagues next to the vehicles. We have outside a Volkswagen Passat that's been changed into a fuel cell vehicle, so you can go and have a look. So these are the two almost on the market solutions we are offering at the moment. And if you need any advice or you want to talk to someone, engineering services related to hydrogen, then of course our Kecskemét center is being built up right now, and you can turn to those guys. This is going to be two things, both in a development center and also a test center, and the whole AVL portfolio would be provided through this Kecskemét center to all the Hungarian companies that are interested. So this is it, very briefly, and thank you very much.
We thank you for the presentation. What kind of developments are ongoing at the AVL Hungary? Thank you very much. I just recognized Michael Schumacher's Ferrari on the picture regarding the logos and the the design of the car and the helmet. It was the 7-time Formula One world champion, and AVL is working very, very closely and in close cooperation with the Formula One teams. I mean, in the interpretation of the rules and regulations. I mean, they are offering some developments for almost every Formula One team. And to be honest with you, it was a great podcast series produced by the AVL, the Graz headquarters, about the latest technologies in car racing and in Formula One especially. I was a big fan of this podcast. I hope they will continue this one. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a few words about the hydrogen motor train developed by the Alstom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zoltán Galac.
Thank you very much. Welcome, and it's a very good opportunity to be here. I would like to show you the first hydrogen-powered passenger train which started the operation first in the world. This is the Coradia E-Lint. I would like to show you. Okay, thank you. I would like to show you a very recent video what was prepared more or less 1 month ago in Czech Republic and Slovakia, when this train was demonstrated to the public and to the professional stakeholders. to organize this presentation. First, I would like to introduce you what is the past and what is the present. Still on the right side, you can see. What is the future? Alstom is very engaged himself in order to be aligned with the politicians' regulations in order to reach the zero emissions. Alstom is the main target is for them is to develop a train for the non-electrified lines. This is the zero emission trains. There are two different possibilities. The first is the so-called battery power car, which is more or less an electric multiply unit, which is equipped with heavy batteries in order to make more or less 80, 100, 120 kilometers independently from the catenary. The other solution is the hydrogen train, which has a very big difference compared to the BMU, that the range is up to 1,000 kilometers. And the performance of these trains is totally equivalent with the present operating diesel trains. There is no any obstacle. The fueling station, the fueling operation can be done 15, 20, 25 minutes, more or less the same time as the diesel trains. The FCMU technology is we are placing two fuel tanks on the top of the trains and two fuel cell composition in the top of the trains. And of course, there is a battery which has two main objectives. One is in order to get the recuperation. The other is in order to boost the traction if needed, and the fuel cell is not not enough power to boost the train. So there is a traction inverter and the traction motor. All of the equipment is out of the passenger compartment. So this is the Coradio E-Lint. This is based on a successful Coradio Lint 54, which was a DMU, diesel multiply unit, and this was designed for the Central European countries. No technical components in the passenger area, as I mentioned, and zero local emissions. And what is very, very important, the reduced noise level. This was the most important, one of the most important factor what we could realize that the clients in the different test operation enjoyed very, very heavily. Of course, the trains are up-to-date TSI compliant and easy access for the people, PRM people. This train is 54 meters long and more or less 150 seats is on the board. There are two different floor possibilities, 620 and 810 millimeters, and the maximum speed as the other diesel trains is 140 kilometers per hour, and the range is 1,000 kilometers. More or less 130 kilogram hydrogen has each car, so altogether 260 kilogram hydrogen on the train. This, as I mentioned you, this is the first hydrogen-operated passenger trains in the world. It was developed in 2018 and it was presented in the exhibition in September 2018 in the rail exhibition. And after 18 months, trial period started with 2 trains, also with passenger commercial services. They were running more or less in the 18 months, 180,000 kilometers, and during this period, they could get the homologation authorization by EBA. After started different other countries, the different tests. Netherlands, it was 2 weeks, it was only a test campaign. Austria, it was 3 months, 2020, with passenger commercial service. This train was operating in the same line when other diesel trains was operated. The big difference between Netherlands and Austria is that in Austria, of course, there is a lot of mountains, and the trains could reach really the timetable of the other. This was a very successful test period, 3 months with passengers. After we sent the train to Poland, there was a test campaign in Krakow in 2021, and after Sweden, which was in operation and presentation. France arrived in 2021, arrived in France, and all of these countries, this was the first hydrogen train trial runs in the countries. Germany again, 8 months, and just recently, May 2022, in Czech Republic and Slovakia, when they were running 1,250 kilometers in 8 days, more than 20 cities. So we can state really that Alstom Coradio E-Lint hydrogen train has already 4 years experience from 2018 till 2022, different operations, 7 different countries, and the train is homologated in 2018. So this train is available. If we are speaking a little bit about the infrastructure, of course, Alstom is not dealing with the infrastructure, but for the different test runs, they use this container for refueling the trains case by case. But for final operation, really we need refueling stations, which is a big investment. And a few minutes ago, other partners was presented it. Alstom has different partners in different companies. In Germany, we are dealing with Linde or other companies. In Hungary, we signed a Minutes of Understanding with MOL, Hungarian Oil and Gas Public Company, in order to make a partnership, in order to accelerate the infrastructure ready for Hungary for railway operation. But of course, these infrastructure can be operated. These infrastructures can be performed not only rails but other buses or trucks or others. So the benefit of these fuel cell technology trains, and I fully agree with the other spokesman, that no need in the future to buy diesel trains, because you can see that one train has more or less 700 tons CO2 reduction per year. And if we are speaking about another number of trains, you can see that 22,000 of tons can be in case of 30 trains. We have already several projects. In Germany, we have 2 contracts, and one is in the LMVJ, customer name is LMVJ, 14 Coradia Lint was sold, and the start of operation is very soon, 2022. If I know well, more or less August, September, they will start the operation. What is very important here that the clients here, they are buying not only trains, but they are buying services. They are buying a 30 years maintenance and a 30 years hydrogen supply. The maintenance, of course, Alstom is doing by themselves, but for the hydrogen supply, Alstom is making different agreement with hydrogen suppliers. The other project which is running already is the RMV. The client is RMV. When 27 Coradia E-Lint was sold, the start of operation also 2022 and 23, and here also there is 25 years maintenance. This maintenance and hydrogen supply contract really a guarantee for the client that the train will operate for the lifetime of the train. Alstom has another project in Italy, which is a Coradia Stream. Coradia Stream is normally an electric multiply unit for cars, but here on the middle there is a hydrogen power card, which is containing the hydrogen storage and contain the fuel cells. In this case, the capacity of this train can be 240-260 seats, and the maximum speed, of course, 140 km per hour. This project is sold 6 trains in Italy and 8 optional trains, and more or less this will be delivered also in 2023. So very soon we can see that more or less 40-45 trains, hydrogen operated trains, will start the operation in the neighboring countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we can't wait to travel on these trains. Thank you very much, Zoltan. A few years ago, I was lucky enough to visit the headquarters of the Alstom in Paris, and it was really a take a look into the future. It was a huge and beautiful presentation about the vision of the Alstom, and I'm lucky enough to be a member of that team to visit the Alstom Paris headquarters. Thank you very much, Zoltan. Now we will have a short break, and then let's say 10 minutes, and then we will continue with 2 other very interesting keynote speeches. How and what play can the nuclear plants can roll in this hydrogen industry, and it will be, I think, very, very interesting. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes after the short interval. Thank you. break, and I hope you had the opportunity to watch the refueling process of this hydrogen power bus. So not long ago, nuclear energy and nuclear industry was public enemy #1 of the green movement. They denied its peacefulness, they denied its zero carbon emission, they denied its safety and security. Today, without any remorse, they recognize its role in the reduction of CO2 emissions and hail it as savior of the planet. The nuclear industry knows hydrogen by heart, and during the lifespan of a nuclear power plant, which is 60 to 90 years now, it can produce an enormous of cheap electricity by which cheap green hydrogen can be produced. So let's hear about the role of the nuclear industry in the hydrogen value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, two more very short but very important keynote speeches and presentations are ahead of us. Please welcome the NP High CEO, representing the NP Hydrogen CEO, nuclear powered hydrogen co-production, Sven Nikolai.
Hello. Thank you for being here. I will show you some interesting idea we got. First, from Framatome, working for Covelion. Covelion is a department within Framatome who is taking care of H2 and H2 distribution and refueling stations and battery storage. First I will show you quickly the portfolio, then example of the hydrogen fueling station we recently worked on, and then the NP HYCO nuclear power hydrogen cogeneration project. We offer a wide portfolio of products and services, studies on consulting, engineering, procurement and construction system integration and projects and services, customized PEM electrolyzer, log storage applications for H2, and hydrogen refueling stations. Here there is an example of the hydrogen refueling station we recently built in Bielefeld. So in the beginning there was a planning. We built and managed hydrogen refueling stations. This here is for 4 buses per day. The capacity is sufficient for larger 20 buses per day. And at the beginning, we started with 1,000 kilogram hydrogen stationary. Here there is a picture of the during commissioning from the top. So we did the execution of construction work on site, planning, hydrogen of infrastructure, and commissioning. Construction work started April 2021. And the picture was taken 2 months ago during commissioning in April 2022. The first refueling of buses was end of 2022. So there is an overview of this location. We have the plant control, we have the hydrogen supply via trailer on the left side. We have 2 storage areas, one 500 kilogram at 50 bar and 500 kilogram at 500 bar. Hydrogen compressor for up to 500 bar. The cooling unit, of course, and then the bus refueling disperser with 350 bar 2 times. And then we have the space for extension for the larger 20 buses. So here is the main focus. Why I'm here is the idea of this nuclear powered hydrogen cogeneration. It's founded by the European Commission. We have 10 consortium partners. One is, for example, Hunatom, but also the CVR is from Czech Republic is a part of this consortium. So why so why this idea came? So the H2 plant needs electricity, needs cooling water, needs deionized water, so needs nitrogen supply and all that stuff. And so all that is available in the auxiliary of the nuclear power plant. And especially in the VVR 440, we were told, or we know that this load follow operation, when there is a big amount or of green energy like PV or wind or something available, then we have to be in the load follow operation. This is very difficult for the nuclear power plants, especially for the VVR 440 type. And this is why this concept or this study focus on this 440 type, but it is open for all the other types. There is technical aspects, there is economical aspects and operational aspects to be considered, which are already available in the nuclear power plant, and therefore OPEX and CAPEX costs could be reduced for the H2 plant. So large electrolyzers, as you heard this during the day, and you are aware, the hydrogen demand in Europe is expected to be increased very much. Though this is, I think, almost half a year old, this slide, so probably it's in the meantime larger. So it's expected with 40 gigawatts at 2030. As I said before, so light water reactors operate often in part or load-dependent mode. Their energy production capabilities remain partly unused. The profitability decreases, and so our proposal is this use of the surplus nuclear electrical power for the production of hydrogen. What was said before is that 1 week ago it was issued that a new directive says that you need to have 100% dedicated energy source to have the green label for green hydrogen. This is not considered in my slides, and I think this directive, if this is correct, need to be discussed, I think, because there's some problems. So the hydrogen can cover the hydrogen demand of the plant. Hydrogen is used for cooling in the nuclear power plant. It can be used and sold for fuel mobility or industrial applications, or serve as tradable electricity disposal for other grid operations we heard before. Advantages by coupled operation of nuclear power plant and H2 plant is reducing of consequences of load follow operation demands, allowing load follow operation without reducing reactor power, reduces wear and tear on a nuclear power plant's components. The side advantages of the nuclear power plant is cheap and abundant electricity available. Additional transformer might not be necessary. The deionized water is available. Additional purification for electrolyzers might not be necessary. And the cooling water circuit is also available on nuclear power side. Economic advantage is the reduced of CAPEX OPEX due to existing power, water, gas supplies, and the diversification of the nuclear power plant product portfolio via the H2 business. Once again, as said also in the other speeches, H2 can be used for grid stabilization via fuel cell or gas H2 turbine, hydrogen mobility, buses, cars, trains, industry, add H2 to the natural gas supply system, chemical feedstock. So business case top level, you have the nuclear power plant. You sell it to either to the grid or you buy it to the H2 plant, and the H2 plant sells the hydrogen then to either to the nuclear power plant or transportation industry or the. So the benefit is self-produce H2 to cover the H2 demand of the nuclear power plant, reduce the fire load due to no H2 storage on nuclear power plant site, continuous operation optimum load curve, which increase the profitability and reduce the cost for maintenance due to reduced load changes in the material, additional income selling H2 to customers, easy switching into increased H2 production when prices for electricity are dropping during a day. Load follow operation just by switching from grid to H2 plant without reducing the reactor power. The benefit for the H2 plant is the use of auxiliary systems already available at the nuclear power plant sites, like deionized water, cooling water, electrical power, nitrogen supply, pressurized air, etc. The known safety culture from the nuclear power plant personnel, synergies for the service personnel with the nuclear power plant can even be operated from the control room of the nuclear power plant. So, project development. So, we start with the decision to initiate the project, feasibility study, investigation of technical, economical, and licensing, perform force analysis, finding stakeholders, drivers, barriers, showstoppers. When this is successful, we continue with the decision to start concept phase, establishing firm definition of the design, select the preferred commercial and technical concept, set targets for the cost schedule, plans, feed, and execution. So then we enter the final investment decision. We perform the basic design and submit the permission documents, perform the detailed design, and select sub-suppliers. Then building permission is phase 4 and the execution. Then perform the manufacturing of the components of the building, erection and civils, delivery of components, cold commissioning. And at the end, operating license, plant rent up, implementation of H2 production, hot commissioning, test transplant, production ramp up. This is an example of a Siemens large electrolyzer. So we are also cooperating with Siemens. So in the front you see one module, and by building this in a row, you can increase up to 100, 200 megawatts electrolyzer. This is also from the, let's say, better times. This, this landscape. In red, you see the VVR 440 plants. Green are the VVR 1000, blue the VVR 1200, and yellow the VVR 1300. Okay, Russia is not anymore an opportunity, but as I said there. Besides that, there is discussion to extend this, or when it's once worked, and we have a pilot site defined to bring this also to other kind of light water reactors like France, like Netherlands, Spain, or the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sven, for this presentation. And then I kindly ask to join me on the stage, representing the Center for Energy Research, to talk about the utilization of nuclear power plants for hydrogen production, Mr. Attila Imre.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to have this lecture here. The previous presentation was a very nice presentation about a well-defined project. Now I will talk about a more general approach. Generally about the utilization of nuclear power plants for hydrogen production. So there are several methods to produce hydrogen. Some of them are well developed, some of them is just promising, and there are several which is only in lab scale. The already existing and mature methods are the electrolysis, alkaline electrolysis of water, the membrane electrolysis, oh, beautiful, the membrane electrolysis of the also the water, and the so-called steam reformation of methane. This steam reformation is a high pressure reaction between methane and water, which makes a lot of hydrogen, but it's a gray hydrogen, so we do not like it. The promising technologies, there are also another electrolysis technique. It's called solid oxide electrolysis. It's a very high pressure, very high temperature technology. The so-called dry reformation, when the methane is broken to carbon and hydrogen without adding water. The direct thermolysis is water, when the temperature is so high that you can break the bond between oxygen and hydrogen, and from water you can directly produce these two materials. The so-called thermochemical decomposition, when you are using some additional materials, so the breaking of water is not a one-step process, but a several-step one, using some catalyzer or some intermediate chemical compound. The thermochemical decomposition of some other organic materials, usually these materials are fossil materials, so we also do not like this method. The so-called partial oxidation of methane, this is a well-known old method when they are producing the mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen. The so-called coal gasification, it's also a high temperature reaction with hot coal and water. And the biomass gasification, when the biomass is heated up and some of the product will be hydrogen. And there are lab scale methods. For example, there are some algae which can produce hydrogen. The efficiency is not very high. There's the radiolytic decomposition of water when they are using some radiation to break the hydrogen and oxygen bond, and there's some special kind of electrolysis when they are using some microbes to help the processes, and also the so-called artificial photosynthesis. So the actually the first column is what is mature enough to be used, and the middle column can be used in maybe 2 or 3 years. As you can see, in some case, you are starting the process from water, which is something green material, or from biomass, which is also considered as a green material. In other cases, you are using, for example, methane, which is from natural gas. We are not concerning hydrogen production from natural gas because it's not carbon-free method. Actually, there is one method which is not good, coal gasification. It is using water, but it's also using coal. So there are some carbon monoxide and dioxide involved. So we have to remove this one from our list. What is the good hydrogen? What we would like to produce? We would like to produce hydrogen from water or from some renewable organic materials. And also we would like to do it with zero or nearly zero carbon emission during this production process. What can be provided by nuclear reactors to produce hydrogen. Actually, there are three products of a nuclear reactor, or in general for a nuclear power plant, which can be used in our purpose. As the previous lecturer said, we can use the electricity. So if you have electricity produced by this nuclear power plant, you can do electrolysis and you can produce hydrogen. You can also use heat, and additionally, you also have radiation. So with radiation, you can also produce some hydrogen, but we are not considering this here. Only electricity and heat will be considered. First, I would like to start with heat. Theoretically, the best method to crack water is to heat it up to 2000, 3000 centigrade, when it will be all the bonds will be broken and hydrogen and oxygen will be produced. It happens in very high temperature. I mean, if you want to break all molecules, you have to reach at least 2000 centigrade. If you would like to break only some molecules, for example, 20%, which is also quite a big number, it's enough if you are reaching some temperature around 100 centigrade. 1000 centigrade. 1000 centigrade is also pretty high temperature. If we are using a traditional nuclear power plant, for example, the ones which was shown before, when the water used as moderator, you do not want to reach high temperature when the moderator will turn to hydrogen and oxygen, because it wouldn't be very healthy for the reactor. So this method cannot be used in the generation 2 and generation 3 nuclear power plant, which are using water for moderator and cooling material. There are some new reactor techniques, the so-called generation 4 reactors. They're using molten salt, molten metal, or helium for cooling and also for moderation. And in those reactors, theoretically, this temperature can be used. So you can reach 1000 centigrade. But the problem that if you want to produce hydrogen with this 1000 centigrade, first you have to take away this temperature for a safe distance, because no one would like to have hydrogen in the middle of a nuclear reactor. I think it's not necessary to say why, because it's a very explosive material. And if you want to transfer high temperature material, the heat loss will be quite high, and also you need an extensive amount of heat transfer material, which have to be some very special material, because 1000 centigrade has to be reached. The second opportunity, this thermochemical reaction, when you are using some material to help this hydrogen-oxygen break, and it can happen in lower temperature, around 600, 900 centigrade. The 600, 900 centigrade might work for generation 4 reactors. So I would say that if in 10 or 20 years, people will build this generation 4 reactor, it might be possible to build cogeneration reactors or cogeneration plants, when part of the capacity will be used for heat production and hydrogen production, and part of the capacity will be used for electricity production, and the electricity will go to the grid. And this technology, well, it needs some further research, but might work in 5 or 10 years. The last method concerning heat, as I mentioned, there are some biological or biochemical reaction which can produce hydrogen as a side product. The efficiency is very low, so it's not for mass production, at least not in this moment. There are very extensive research in this field. So in a few decades, or maybe just in a few years, there might be some breakthrough. The good news that these reactions needs only 50, 60, 70 centigrade, which means that even present reactors can provide this temperature. And when we are talking about 40 centigrade, for 40 centigrade, even the so-called tertiary waste heat, which is, for example, we know, most of us know the Pax nuclear power plant. The 40 centigrade water is the bad water that is going to the river Danube and making it too hot for summertime. So this would be a much better use for that water. For the productions using heat, there is one general problem. When you are cracking water, then the hydrogen and oxygen will be produced in the same place. Mixture of hydrogen and oxygen is an explosive material, so you cannot do it too close to the reactor, therefore you need to do it in a safe distance. The second way is to use the electricity. The electricity by nuclear power plants is definitely carbon-free electricity. Well, we can talk about whether it's green or not, but I would say that presently it's considered green, but it's not a renewable electricity. What is very good for us that the nuclear power plants are so-called baseload plants, which means that they are providing nearly constant power, and because we have constant power, not the very fluctuating power provided by a photovoltaic plant, therefore hydrogen production would be predictable, and people of the industry like predictable methods, not very scattered ones. As I mentioned, there are at least 3 different types of electrolysis. Which is considered best presently is the membrane or PAM electrolyzers. These electrolyzers can handle fluctuating power, so they can be used with photovoltaic power plants, but they are quite expensive. The so-called alkaline electrolyzers, which are non-expensive, or the solid oxide electrolyzers, which are also expensive but very efficient, they need constant power, and this constant power cannot be provided by wind or solar sources. So therefore, it might be good solution to use nuclear power plants for this purpose. So actually, there are 2 opportunities. First, that we can build a huge photovoltaic power plant when we have a lot of surplus energy, but we are not using the surplus energy. We are using the basic part of the produced energy to produce electricity, to produce hydrogen, because in that case we can use, for example, solid oxide electrolyzers, which can work on very high efficiency, or we can build nuclear power plants or use the nuclear power plants for the same purpose. Of course, very green people would like to say that let's build photovoltaic power plants, but also we should consider that, for example, hydrogen should be transported away from this production facility, and usually nuclear power plants has very good infrastructure. There are roads, so it might be much better to produce close to these facilities. I would like to say that the best solution would be a combined effort. You can see the green part. The green part is a photovoltaic off-grid high-capacity photovoltaic power plants. Okay, you can see that the power is changing pretty much. It means that you cannot use it for alkaline or high-temperature electrolyzers because it needs constant power. But I would say that, okay, let's take a nuclear power plants and let's have a balancing power taken away from this nuclear power plants. That's the blue part. So the green part is from photovoltaic, add some blue one from nuclear power plants, and in this way we can provide a constant power which can be used to produce hydrogen by electrolysis day and night. And the good thing is that practically this could be done in a few months, because we have nuclear reactors, we have photovoltaic power plants, even sometimes we have them together. So all what we need is electrolyzers. Electrolyzers are very expensive now, but that's mostly for the membrane electrolyzer. So if you would like to buy alkaline electrolyzers, you can do it for much less expenses, and you can buy even a few 100 megawatt if you need it. And well, can you believe that this is a nuclear power plant? It doesn't look like a nuclear power plant, but this is a nuclear power plant. This is the Temelin one. So there are several nuclear power plants which already has the photovoltaic part. So to build a hydrogen producing facility here, when you are using the photovoltaic electricity balanced with this nuclear power plant, I think this might be a good solution which can be utilized even in a few months. So, of course, it needs some money, but everything needs money. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So nuclear power plants can play a very crucial role in this whole hydrogen ecosystem. Thank you very much for this presentation. So I think the key message is that we have to think outside the box in a way, because we are talking about a brand new thing and we have to find out which is the best way to develop. But at the same time, we have to use our current facilities, like the pipelines, like the nuclear power plants, etc. And we have to put it in a broad context. How can we use the hydrogen in the near future? One thing is very important, very clear. We have to think about it and we have to use it. We do not have too many other choices. So for some closing remarks, I kindly ask to join me on the stage the organizer of this event, the Hungarian Hydrogen Technology Association. Please welcome the president of this association, István Lepsényi. He started the day, and now here is the opportunity to close the event and our conference, let's say a 2 days event here at the Zala Zone. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you all the participants, because I think that these 2 days was very, very useful and very, very important. Number one, yesterday, this is about the youngsters, about the future, about the technology. And we were very positively surprised with the interest of the students and their agility to look at it. Today we have seen a lot of sometimes comprehensive discussion and presentation, but I am absolutely sure that we learn a lot. And we also agree that such a type of meeting we should repeat, we should share the different experience, the different best practices and the knowledge. And by that, we can really improve the speed, what we have to do to reach our targets for better world. So thank you very much, and thank you all of you.
Thank you very much for the whole association and the whole team for organizing this event, and thank you very much for attending. Ladies and gentlemen, have a safe trip back home, and see you next time. Thank you very much for being with us in the last 2 days. Thank you very much. See you soon. See you next time. Bye-bye.